All right, so we are streaming now.
You fixed it all.
Yeah, I kind of already have my audio devices set up to do this, which is like it.
Yeah. I,
It's tedious to get it set up the right way. And I should have sat down with Patrick to make sure that things were. It's my bad. So
yeah.
we'll get it sorted next time.
Everything was good except for,
Your
I guess, when
audio,
I added
yeah,
when I added Discord, I screwed something and stuff.
yeah. Audio devices compete with each other in Windows, so you have to make sure that you're using one mic for like our Discord chat, and then we have to use a different mic for the audience to actually hear you talking. So I've got you guys are hearing me on my gaming headset mic, but the audience is hearing me on the toner. Everybody else is coming through the speakers, which is its own. It's a thing. We'll yeah, we can walk through that later. Live streaming's got a lot of little quirks and things, but basically you can't use the same audio device in multiple places. We'll just say let's try that again here, and a new link. Send. All right. So I've sent that. Patrick, did you get around to posting to the Facebook group or the LMA?
I deleted Discord and Facebook since I figured it'd be a new link for a new stream.
Yep. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Let's try that again. And a new link. There we go.
Hey, you're back.
What's going on, guys? I just got approval for that little project I'm doing, so
Nice. Congrats.
yeah, well, I had a spelling error, and she was like, I just wanted to make sure you knew about the spelling. I said, yo, I'm glad you called me, because that's why I'm sitting here.
So was that a, is it like a cutting board or what was it? Because I couldn't hear you talking.
Yeah, so I wish you could have. Are we live now or no?
Yeah, no, we're good. We're on.
Awesome. So yeah, so I'll tell everybody one more time real quick. J-Mac's like, oh man, what now? So let's see. So what's going on is I was talking about, this is basically just it's called a premium bamboo cutting board that a customer of mine got off of Amazon.
Mhm.
And I was trying to explain earlier that basically this just has, like, anybody who's never worked with bamboo before, it's kind of a pain in the butt, just because it's really fibrous instead of the hardwoods you're used to, or like semi-hardwoods.
Yeah.
And the other thing that's kind of interesting about this one is, instead of it being going across vertically, because usually you'll get something like this. So here's another, just ignore the ugly, dirty bed. Usually you get like the vertically combined stuff like this. And instead on this one, it's actually horizontally combined. So the other thing to notice too is, like, I will say it is premium. I was kind of looking at her board. One thing that's interesting is you can kind of see in the middle, I think it's like a cork filler. If you guys can see that.
Yeah.
So this is my cheapy board right here. And if you were to look at hers, it's actually just really, oops. Yeah, it's solid bamboo the whole way through.
That's pretty crazy. I don't think I've actually ever seen like just a slat of bamboo like that thick.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why maybe it's premium, you know, because we were talking about premium earlier and kind of being silly about it, because we were just saying like how much of an interesting wood it is to work with. So, yep. So here's the cheapie. It's kind of like that's what I'm going to practice on though, and I'm going to turn it the same way. So basically, that's what I was kind of looking at, is kind of seeing how can I try to get something as similar as possible, the way they're combined with the glue and everything.
Yep.
To give me the most accurate, like, what is this going to look like? So I'm going to take the really nice board, and it's actually a really cool little set. It's got like magnets on the side for the, I don't know if you guys can see like the cutting utensils it's got over there.
Yeah.
So it's pretty fancy.
Yeah, that's pretty fancy, dude. What's going on here? Was that, can you show me the artwork again? Because I remember seeing it for just a minute. Oh, yeah.
Yep. So
yeah, nice.
She sent me a an image she found on Etsy, and I told her. So basically, this is someone who it's my friend's mom, and I've made 3 of this person's birthday gifts
Hmm.
because like everybody just knows me, and so like, hey, come make this for me. So, anyways, we've got the Young family, and basically you've got a couple of different fonts. I was just saying how make sure you center everything and then put everything together, so everything is centered and it looks nice. And now I just have to put the measurements in up here. So I'm kind of looking at width and height and trying to adjust it to actual measurements versus here's a picture of what it looks like. You know?
Yeah.
So just typical workflow stuff. Can't run back here.
That looks
Here you
great.
go.
Rick's here. So Hi is here. What's up, So Hi? Rick, good morning. So Hi was asking, what CO2 laser do you recommend for one and done purchase? Like,
What budget?
yeah, what I mean that is the trick, right? What is the budget? If you have a high budget, pick up like a Thunder or an Aeon. I more or less plug and play on those kind of machines, but I wouldn't spend anything less than $2,500 on like one of the little desktop OMTECs. Would be about as low as I would go. The like with the ones with the Ruidas built in. You could get a K40 for less than that, but it's going to need a bunch of upgrades to function the way you're wanting it to function. So,
And you want me to talk? I'm literally about to fire up the practice. You want me to chat about it? You can see some of the functions of this laser.
So Hi's saying that he's got 5 to 10K to spend, in which case, take a look at the Miras, take a look at the Thunder lasers. They're within your budget.
It's a good budget.
Yeah, that's a great budget. You can get a really nice machine for something like that.
Yeah, and one of the things is I bought a used Boss. So this is a Boss 2436.
Yeah.
Which is 2 feet by 3 feet, and you can go on to a lot of the different platforms and find people who are selling them used. I mean, the thing is beautiful, nothing crazy.
Oh yeah.
One of the things I did to modify it when I got it was I actually put a piece of acrylic. So this is 3/16 acrylic that I made like a right angle for. So whenever I have anything like this, I just there you go,
Yeah,
flush.
that's the epilogue way, man.
Yeah, so straight up, and I've got the measurement blade down here. So anyways, that's pretty much what I was looking at. And this is the 150 watt, and I'm going to use the thing that Alex does not like.
I was
So
gonna ask like why you're not using the honeycomb bed. Is it so that you can use that acrylic cornering technique there?
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Like it sits flush. So long story short, it sits flush with the edge when I use the honeycomb. And I just always use blades for everything. Honestly,
Wow.
I've never had a problem with
I've
it. So
literally
here's the
never used my knife table ever.
Yeah. Here's
I remember
autofocus.
when you found out you had a knife table after about 2 years of not knowing.
So let me show you autofocus, which Alex does not like.
You know
Right,
what?
remember that.
I will tell you. I still don't like it on fiber lasers. It's growing on me. On the Aeon.
Yeah.
Yep. So what's nice is it basically just did auto level for me, and that's it. Like that's leveling, and then usually for this is where you just kind of eyeball it. Whenever I do a burn,
Mhm.
And I'm not trying to get a deep engrave, I'm just trying to get like a surface burn. I'll just tap it 2 taps out of focus, and it ends up. I don't know precise measurements, and so this is kind of just talking about different workflows, but. What's nice is, I mean, it's pretty much like every gantry you guys have seen. You've got the different mirrors at the corners,
Yep.
and then that's where the tube is back there. It's really nice. I mean,
Dude, I was gonna
These-
say, you can use like, I've been using cardboard chips on the Aeon. So since I obviously
nice.
can't autofocus out of focus, I just autofocus to a cardboard chip on the material, and then however defocused I want to be is how many cardboard chips I use. They're about 1 millimeter thick each, so I can defocus 1 millimeter at a time, and then just remember for those projects like how many chips, Yeah, like
I've
something
done
like
this
that.
before too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
So this is 3/16 smoky acrylic,
Hmm.
and so I've done something exactly like that. Yeah. So we'll close this, and then I've got a little setup back here for my fan. So I've got like a different variable speed motor, and so I just hit mine on, turn it to high because this is going to be smoky, and then there you go. We'll see what it looks like. I honestly have not done bamboo in like a year. Anybody have suggestions on bamboo?
Dude, I have a suggestion for bamboo. Use a diode. I'm dead serious. The diode.
I know you are.
For whatever
I know you
reason, dude. Like I know it's slow, but for whatever reason, the diode gives a much more consistent burn on bamboo than CO2.
Well, and it all looks dark too. It's
Yeah,
really crisp.
yeah.
It's darker, like
So
a nice.
people are like, why would you buy a diode laser when you have a $4,000 CO2 sitting right next to you? There's a great reason right there. Way better bamboo performance for whatever reason. Science because science. But
But that's like, why would you use a hand drill versus drill press on certain materials and in certain projects? The drill press is overkill, and it could actually mess up what you're trying to accomplish.
yeah,
Yeah, I use
All
a
right.
diode on bamboo. That's pretty much what I exclusively try and use or do bamboo on is the diode.
mm-hmm. Do you have a diode, Matt?
I do not have a diode.
You should pick one up, buddy.
Oh yeah, I mean, so one of the things after watching all you guys play with the cool stuff you've got, I want to do a 3D printer this summer, and I've been talking to Patrick, and I think J-Mac and Tyler have all said
Mm-hmm.
The Ender 3 or 5, or the 3 version 2. So that's one of the things. And then a diode seems like it'd be really cool to learn because there's so much of the same dynamics going on that we've got with these.
I mean, you've
the
already
programming.
you already have the CO2 down. The diode's no different. It's just different speeds and powers. And Lightburn recently made it so that when you switch between device profiles, it'll automatically switch between millimeters per second and millimeters per minute, depending on your device, which is so nice. Because before you had to like go and manually switch it every time you went from diode to CO2, and it was such a pain in the butt. So now that it's been fixed, I use the diodes a lot more because that was like the number one thing. I just hated going in and changing that every 5 minutes.
Yeah, one of the things that I was actually talking about before we had to modify the stream a little bit was exactly what you just said. Like I was switching between the fiber and switching between the gantry to show people, what that's like and how quick and easy it is to just turn it over. And it's exactly right. It went from inches to millimeters, and it's awesome, dude. Loving it.
Did you catch any of the EM Smart stream last night?
Yes.
Dude, that little thing is fucking cool.
Really is.
Oh, look, there it is. It's going.
Might have guessed the setting up there.
Have you played about with it much today, Alex?
No, I haven't played with it at all today. I've been doing baby stuff all day.
Saturday, baby day.
Yeah, I mean, every day's baby day right now. But,
Really interesting
that's
how this
having a
turns
baby.
out.
You sign up to have a baby, and, that's what you get.
Sure. It's not just a Saturday thing.
Yeah. It's all right, though. I feel really weird right now because you guys are all clean shaven. Patrick just got a fresh haircut, and I'm over here looking like a mountain man.
You look
Great.
good.
The camera's not on me, by the way. Yeah, you're okay.
I'm not even on camera right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely shaved.
Damn, dude, that's like Mr. Clean level.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Ex-Slenderman.
Ex-Slenderman.
Hey,
Really interesting
J-Mac,
to see you guys. Oops, sorry, go ahead.
I got a new part. I got a new part to show you. Here, let me see.
Yeah.
Let me get my audit button here.
Patrick, when are you going to mention that special project you've been working on?
Oh, yeah, that looks good. Is that in the Galaxy Black?
That's
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, it looks nice.
That's a Galaxy Black.
Is this for the special project, Patrick?
Nope, this one's a different special project.
I want a special project announcement soon.
That's
Special
from
project
the-
announcement.
From the special project. Let me see if I can zoom. Can't really see it, can you?
There it is.
That's in the Galaxy Black as well. Really nice.
So nice. So smooth.
Sparkly.
Oh, I could give you a sneak peek of this special project.
Yeah, I think that the viewers would love a sneak peek of the special project. I gotta say, your little studio area is starting to really shape up there, Pat.
Looks nice, doesn't it?
Totally the same
Yeah,
thing, dude.
I've been trying. I'm trying.
And J-Mac, that new camera,
Yeah, it's good.
so nice.
And like I was saying to the guys, that's just the cheapest lens on the go. I think it's maybe I got it second hand as well, just to get me started.
Yeah.
And I paid £150 for it, which is about $200.
Nothing.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah. So tonight I look at ordering a good lens. The problem is there's so many and they're so expensive.
There are so
I want
many. It's really hard to pick one for sure.
to make a fairly sound choice, you know.
Yeah, no joke. It was intimidating coming on here because these two guys are looking super sharp. You got the awesome setup going on both of them, and then the camera. Man, it's killing it, J-Mac.
Miranda says that she wants to come upstairs and cut my hair live.
Yeah, do it. Be just the best thing ever.
Buzz cut. I'll donate $50.
I buzz my hair every time.
Shave like mine.
I'm not gonna wet shave
No.
it. I'm not gonna wet shave it, but I'll buzz
Yeah.
it. I'll buzz it down. If she's
No,
still watching,
I'm
she
gonna-
can come up and buzz my hair. The clippers are sitting right here.
Yeah, do it. Do it.
Oh, there's the order confirmation for Little Caesar's Pizza just popped up on the screen.
Yeah. See if she can order one to Plant City.
Yeah, I'll have her shoot pizza over to you right away.
That and a haircut.
My wife says nobody actually wants to watch me get my hair cut, which I disagree. I feel like that would be a smash hit.
I'd add into Patrick's payment.
What is the machine on the bottom left? What are you running again, Matt? You said it was a second-hand Boss laser?
Yeah, so it's 150 watt Boss 2436.
Nice.
Big one.
Yeah, so I mean, I lucked out. I got it for a really good deal, and it had only been used for about a year and a half, and it was in a guy's shop that was air conditioned and climate controlled. And so when I went to see it, it was super clean.
OpenHost is saying that it looks like a crazy laser head. They really do kind of over-engineer their little head assemblies.
That's what I was going to
Yeah.
say. It's a bit of a monster, doesn't it? That head.
When I look at the Thunders, the mirror housing, like just, I guess it's boss mode. I don't know what they call it.
The mirror goes the other way with the Aeon 9 that we have over at the shop. It's like the tiniest little thing. It's like not even there.
So the one thing I'll tell you though is alignment because of that head is actually super important.
Oh yeah.
Because so anyone who's looking at getting a boss,
Mhm.
definitely consider if your alignment is off, you'll be hitting the housing instead of the mirror, and you'll feel it be heated, and you'll see like a degradation in your beam and like its power. So it's definitely something to pay attention to, but it's kind of nice because it really lets you know, if you're off for some reason.
I'm sure that the amber glass has something to do with this, but it's actually looking surprisingly consistent so far.
Yeah, I think I'm really excited. I think that pulling it out, so literally so if you just joined in, like the autofocus on it is really great for cutting and stuff. But I've noticed whenever I do, because I do a lot of cutting boards for anyone who ever wants to know about them, and I think pulling it out 2 taps, again, I don't know the exact measurement, but it really makes a difference.
Yeah.
So I'm just hoping this is made out of the same bamboo as the premium one.
OpenHost says he just went through the same alignment issue with his Cloud Ray laser head unit.
Yeah, and you notice, I mean, it's really, it feels like when a fiber laser is done working a piece of metal, like it's not going to burn your fingers off. You feel the heat,
Mm-hmm.
and you see the difference.
Yeah.
I just put a Cloud Ray E-Series 4-inch lens into my CO2 yesterday, and it's made a nice difference for cutting perspex and out acrylic. It gives a nice straight line straight through it. It's good.
Okay, so let me ask you real quick. So for acrylic, I know for wood it's badass. Like, what do you notice when you put in the 4-inch? Because basically when I was doing the acrylic box that I bitched about to you guys forever, I had kerfing on the edge. It literally would roll out instead of a flat piece, flat shot, it would roll out toward the bottom. So
Yeah.
you see a difference with the 4?
With the 4-inch, mine went from a kind of diagonal cut with the 2-inch lens to a pretty much straight cut. straight through the acrylic. It's because it's much better.
That's awesome, dude.
I also used it for engraving text, and it looks fine as well. I mean, it wouldn't be great for doing maybe photos, stuff like that, but for just engraving text on acrylic, it looks good. It does me.
I put a couple of 4-inch lenses in my cart yesterday to order them to do some wood and acrylic cutting.
The only
Yeah.
time that I use the 4-inch lens is when I need to get like inside something that otherwise I would be like slamming the head. Like sometimes people ask me to engrave like the inside of a box, you know, and I need that extra focal distance just to get the head to clear the sides of the box.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually when I break them out. I'm even cutting. I usually do like all of my cutting on the 2-inch.
Yeah.
Same.
And that's pretty much the same as what I used to do, but because I only use the CO2 now exclusively for cutting stuff, I thought I may as well just go with, the one for the job. I needed a new one anyway, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I will say too, the cone that you have to change out for the 4-inch lens is pretty ridiculous. Let's see if I can find it in my kit here. Yeah, I'll show it to you guys later when this thing is done burning. But like, I mean, the boss comes with like a whole kit.
One thing with these cloud ray E lenses, though, they're so close to the material, and I mean, my old one was about 20 millimeters away from the material, so it gives you a nice bit of clearance. You're not worried about hitting anything. But this new one was about 5 millimeter, and I hate it, to be honest.
20 millimeters is awesome, dude. That's like an inch for anybody who's not close to an inch for anybody who's not
5
incapable.
millimeters, that's like quarter of an inch,
Yeah.
and it's just too close to you. I think Alex's Mira is pretty much the same.
OpenHost said having that issue now. You said switching to 4-inch lenses helped.
What I
So-
did, I ended up getting a flatter comb, and you see that?
Put your hand behind it. Yeah. And hide your eyes. It wants to focus on your eyes. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Yep.
And
Yep.
it was all flat. So that gives me an extra maybe 10 millimeters.
Yeah, that's a big difference compared to the standard.
Yeah, yeah.
So while this is going, I'm getting my knife set up. I have 20 butcher's knives to do today. And
This live
another-
streaming is hard, Alex.
What?
This live streaming is hard. I don't know how you do it.
Me neither. I just kind of hobble my way through it, and it usually works out.
Yeah. You've got to like focus on something, but you're not allowed to look at it. You're just kind of blindly waving it about in the air.
I'm totally sidetracked right now too. I really want to be able to share my screen so I can work on something while we're doing this stream, but I can't do that and
Run
stream
everything.
at the same time because it'll hide the other stuff on the screen. So is what it is.
Well, so I guess I'll take that because we get that. That's cool. So in case I guess the audio was messed up earlier, one of the things I was talking about was this is my other computer. So I've got the tank over there with its own computer, and then over here I've got the fiber just all set up, and it's a crazy mess. Sorry. But for anybody who's been wanting to kind of get a glimpse at how using Lightburn with a fiber laser looks, it was pretty cool. So one of the things I was trying to show earlier is basically down here what Alex was talking about earlier was you've got your different devices. So my Boss 2436, here's your work area. Everything is in inches. You can kind of see up top. So it goes by inches, right?
Yeah.
Then when you come down here, and I'll kind of show you guys. So basically, I've got my names for my devices. That one's not so PG, but whatever. That's my 110. And when you click it, it just changes your work size. And the other thing is everything's in millimeter now. So I've got my 110 plugged in.
Yep.
So there you go. And so that's what's really nice is it's ready to go. And then really all you have to do is if you're someone who uses libraries, you can plug in your different libraries. I've got the Focus One pin up here. And so this is where like the loading the libraries actually comes in really handy. So I've got my different libraries up here. Ready to go. And it's pretty cool. I mean, I've got the machine ready to work. Sorry if my air is really loud.
No, we can't even hear it, man. Sounds great.
Oh, nice. Okay. So, yeah, while that thing's going over there.
Right, guys. Dinner time over here, so I'm gonna love you and leave you.
All right, bro.
Okay. See y'all there.
See ya.
Hey, bud.
Later, J-Mac.
Having a liquid lunch with you guys today.
Liquid lunch.
Yeah, a little Kentucky Mule I whipped up earlier. Very grumdiddlyumptious.
Mm.
You'll have to teach Tony how to make that now that he's in Kentucky.
Is he really in Kentucky? I thought. Oh no, yeah, he was in Texas and he left. That's right. Okay, let's see. So, and by the way, for anybody who missed it earlier, I think we're having audio issues. So, what I'm working on this machine today is a couple of things. I've got a butcher knife, basically, so it's a chef's knife.
Mm-hmm.
And what's going on is I'm making a couple dozen of them for a local high school. They've got a culinary arts program. And one of the things I was working on yesterday is a Z-Mark Black, which, if you look, I mean, it never really goes away. That's one of those things, if you're someone who's new to the channel, or you haven't gotten on the Discord or joined LMA, take a look. There you go.
Yeah, that's solid.
Oh, it's great.
Yep. And that's using Alex's Param library. The one thing I did not do yesterday was I had a little bit of texture on this one. So I was kind of frustrated. So I contacted Patrick for a little bit of coaching because he's done Z-Mark more than I have on metal. And so long story short, he was talking about what defocusing does. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. So last night I made one attempt at a defocused one. And so for anybody who can still see, this was the one with the same settings as before. And again, it's got a lot of texture to it.
Yeah.
Is this one on the end where you can see it's got a little more of a sheen to it. But that's what a Z-Mark is supposed to look like, is what Patrick was explaining to me. Let me see what my fingers are. There you go. Is there's almost no texture to it. Really smooth.
You should not be able to feel it like at all.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was on me. I just had it it's down about 2.5 millimeters more than I should have.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I pulled it back with Patrick's coaching helped me out a lot. So if anybody's looking for coaching, Patrick's your guy. So is J-Mac. Excellent, knowledgeable guys.
Yeah, of course. Right now, we actually, coaching is disabled while we transition to the marketplace, except for JMac. So JMac's actually the only coach up right now. Just for everybody's info. But everybody else will be back as soon as we get the marketplace set up.
Dude knows his stuff.
We're almost done. It's so close to being finished. I just want it to be done. This is my new home office setup, in case you haven't seen this yet.
That's so cool, dude.
I just added the EM Smart over here. It's so small, dude. Look, it's almost got the same footprint as the Offero diode laser, which is,
That's wild.
Yeah, that's wild. And then the 30-watt Maxtrons over there.
Well, and
I
know in the live last night, I was saying how it's so mobile. I feel like you could pack that up and take it to a show so easily.
Yeah, really.
And how awesome it would be to just ventilation was the thing I was kind of talking about. Like, if you did go to a show, how would you ventilate that? And some people had some good ideas.
Yeah, you'd probably just go with like a low-grade fume extractor would probably be the go-to move if I had to guess.
Yeah, that's exactly what a couple of people said. I think 2 people had said they had done it, just like you mentioned. So I'm going to try and prop this up so you can actually see me a little better. A little better. So what'd you think last night? Because I was trying to work and listen, and so I was like halfway in and out of that.
As far as the EM Smart goes?
Yeah, dude.
It's
Tell me about it.
it's tight, dude. It's a nice little machine. I think the thing that I was really impressed of right out of the box was, this equipment, the just Chinese manufacturing tolerances are not
Right.
good. These are. It's solid. It's solid. It's heavy. It feels really good. The wiring is good. They're managing the fiber optic cable really well inside the system, and that's saying something because it's such a compressed and compact system. I was really nervous about what they were going to do with that excess fiber optic cable because that's always a problem. And they handled it really well. It seems like they're using a 10 millimeter head. I mentioned that for a few minutes last night, and I don't know how they're jamming a 10 millimeter head in there with that tiny little lens, and there's no real heat sinks, yet it doesn't get hot. It's doing a bunch of really cool stuff in its compact size. Obviously, there are some things that it cannot do because of its size. The tower is 200 millimeters. That's less than half a standard 50 centimeter tower on a normal fiber laser. So there's some stuff that's off limits, but overall, dude, considering what it is, how much it costs, and the quality of what they do deliver on, if you know what you're getting yourself into, I'm a fan. I still don't think I'd mentioned this a couple times last night. I still don't think you should get this as your first laser over a more standard sized machine like the SFX or Mactrons of the world. I really think those would be easier to learn on because they're not going to put up as many roadblocks when you're trying to do what other people are doing, as you're trying to teach yourself. But for someone who's experienced and understands the deficits that this machine has, I think that those people would be really well equipped to take advantage of what it does offer.
Well, and that's what I was going to mention too. Is it's a non-standard tool, like we talked about earlier, like a drill versus the drill press.
Yep.
So just knowing what you're trying to do. So if you're someone who's knocking out aluminum business cards, that thing's probably a beast to just take them down.
Dude. It's a beat. We did a photo in 3 seconds yesterday without any lens corrections. It was perfect, dude. I mean, and again, it has its issues. It has the little 2-dot combiner focus. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
You got to bring the 2 dots together. That was way off. That's 10 millimeters off where it needs to be in order to be accurate. So it needs a focal stick, and yeah, you could loosen it up. There's a panel in there with some screws, and you take the head apart. I'm just gonna make a focal stick.
Well, and in case someone doesn't know what he's talking about, mine actually has something like that, so you guys can see. This is my 50 mil or 50 watt. And exactly what he's talking about is loosening it up. Mine do not match at all because in shipping, I mean, good luck, right? But everything else on it was spot on. So
yep,
I don't even turn those on. They basically are just there to hang out.
But yeah, dude, it's tight. I'm happy with it.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Well, and I saw you made a business card yesterday. Hello. And what was the other thing you did?
We did a Z mark on a steel dog tag.
Nice. What were you saying, Patrick?
I was just making sure you could hear me.
Yep. Sound great, dude.
All right. And then there's a sneak peek on the video screen.
Yes. Thank you. Can you show us the difference with it on and it off and describe it a little bit for everybody?
I can. I just got that set up.
Oh, this is so. I've already told him I want one of these.
Now let me let's see. Let me make this full screen real quick. I'm at word cam. There we go. All right. So
what, Felix?
Have a ball and socket arm mount that is attached to a light burn camera. There's the ball and socket. Then you see the light burn camera. Then that's not how the final setup's going to be. That's just I broke one of the ball arms and just used it as a makeshift camera mount. But I've got a plan for that. What you'll actually have is a little mount like this with a tripod screw sticking out of it. So you can pop this right in to the last arm that you use, and then screw a tripod camera onto a tripod mounting base onto either this or directly into a camera, or however you want to do it.
That's a ton of versatility, dude.
And then here you can see the air assist. So what this is an air assist kit. They'll have a fan nozzle. We'll also have a straight nozzle here. So you have a choice of either or, fan or straight nozzle. Then we have a coupler here, and then there's air tubing inside the flexible tube. It comes out and heads into this valve. Then you can open that valve. You have your air. And then I have it, let's see, a reducer here, so it'll go from 4 millimeter inside diameter to the 2.5 millimeter tubing. Then I'll include a T that's will allow you to connect into your existing compressor line. If you don't have an air compressor, you can still use one of these. This is what I've been using for 6 months, the extra pump for my CO2 that I don't use. And then just jam that tubing, the blue tubing, into like the silicone tubing that comes with those air pumps, and put a zip tie around it, and you'll be good to go there too. There's a closer look.
Dude, that's so badass.
So
Yeah,
then
that
you
looks
can mount a
perfect.
camera or whatever the heck you want to on there, basically. So now let's get some video.
And you're gonna sell these on the marketplace?
I'm going to sell these on the Laser Everything Marketplace.
And what are they gonna run?
Still thinking about, I'm going to include more parts than I originally planned, so probably around 110 to 120, somewhere in there.
Nice. Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds perfectly fair.
By the way, OpenHost said, "What's the camera for?" I guess the mount is asking about, like, why would you want the camera there?
To do what I'm doing right now, live streaming the laser bed,
Which is
or
really
making video
cool.
for social media, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. Then you'll have a dedicated camera for it.
Yep, that's awesome.
I
I could use one of those, and I could get rid of this freaking thing. I hate this so much. This massive tripod with the webcam on it is so difficult to use. I'd love to be able to just mount something to one of our mounting screws on the bed and then just stick a webcam on it. That sounds so much easier.
And it's also going to come with, I'm going to include both bases. That way there's just no question that it will work on your laser bed. This is the aftermarket bed, the extended bed.
Mm-hmm.
And if I were to use this mount on my regular bed, it wouldn't work because it's too short.
Right.
So I will include an additional mount that has 3 holes, so it's a little longer. And if you need to just use those 2 on the other bed to make sure you get off the side of it,
and
you can use it.
That silver bit, that's just like a friction arm, right?
Yeah, it's a flexible gooseneck, so you can make this go wherever you want.
And it's like really stiff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think you did, you took a photo and you showed us where you had a tumbler balanced on it and it was holding the tumbler up.
That is correct. Let's see.
HTL Holsters is asking you to do a similar design for microscopes.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, something like this. You know, but instead of this base plate, it could attach to the laser bed, so you could just slide parts over there.
Yeah.
And then just, you know, your microscope would be on it. That could be, like, really cool.
That's a great point, because I was wanting to look at something that was a gun I engraved yesterday. and I wanted to look at it on the laser bed. I'm like, oh, I wish I could get my microscope over there easily and have it to where it wouldn't move around. Like, there's no way I could hold it to get a good enough view of it.
It'd be cool if you could sell like all the base components as a kit and then just pick the head that you want and then be able to buy other heads separate. So there'd be like maybe an air assist head or a camera head or a like microscope head, you know, and then you could just buy the combo that applies to your needs.
Right, and that's what I was talking about with Patrick earlier. Was like the versatility is so wild, dude. For example, like over in the chat, you've got someone saying that you can use it for, and his DV Laser Work saying remote viewing for safety purposes. Like when Alex is turned away from the machine, you can avoid you looking at it. If you're running multiple projects at once, you can actually have a couple of different things going. And then the other thing too is like the host said, the endoscope would be awesome, like a Wi-Fi endoscope, so you can just see it going.
Yeah.
And I use the ring light mounted up there around my lens, but if you didn't want to use that, you could also end up mounting the light onto this flexible gooseneck too.
Yep.
So
Oh, a
basically,
light would be nice too. I want this system, but with multiple heads, like Medusa, you know, with just like an army of things coming out. Because I want all of those things, and I want them all running at the same time.
I just want you to 3D
Well,
print.
I can design the coupler that I use with the first socket to have a socket on top and one on each side, and then you could pop 3 things onto it or one. It wouldn't matter.
Right. That would be awesome.
Yeah, and honestly,
right, let me get
you heard me mention the Picatinny rail. Like, take your stuff off your pistol and just mount it up.
It's definitely got a lot of room to be expanded, Pat. You're onto something for sure, man.
Yeah, and Holster said, yeah, Alex, that was my thought, a component system to suit your needs, then all the accessories.
Not to make
and
too much
said
work
not
for
to
you,
make too much work.
Yeah. You
Just
know,
if you could go ahead and get on that.
The thing that it really reminds me of is the Panavise, which you know I'm a big fan of. It's that Panavise system where you basically get the vice base, and then they sell like 80 different heads for the vice base, and you can throw in whatever you need and buy like it as a modular system. That way you're buying the components that you actually need. And I think something like that for breadboards on like the fiber laser systems that we all use would be killer. It's really cool. Were you able to show, did I just miss it? Was I just not looking, the difference with the air assist on and off, Pat?
Too. Let's see. Let me get Lightburn started.
Rick says it sounds like it's time for Patrick to get a farm going. I'm assuming he means like a 3D printing farm.
Heck yeah, dude.
See, I have 2 printers, and I can print multiple things, and it takes a long time. But the problem is that I'm not a 3D designer. That's so far away from my day job.
Yeah, I suck at modeling too. That's why I haven't touched the Mingda that 3D print farm sent me. Was like a like Mingda 3D printer, and it's literally sat on my desk and collected dust since he sent it over. I just haven't had the desire to learn how to do 3D modeling. That's like the really big problem.
And then last night I sat down and ended up designing a couple more 3D printed parts for a knife, to mount a knife onto a wooden plaque so it holds the knife out. And like, this is kind of fun too. There's just so much to learn, not enough time to do it.
Feeling pretty good about this bamboo being turned horizontally. Working pretty good.
Were you worried about that?
So yeah, I mean, honestly, I've done bamboo in the past, and one of the things I've noticed is, like, I laid this board in so that the way it's glued together is horizontal, like the piece I'm doing, so I can try to figure out. Because I mean, anybody who's done CO2 before, I think it just the glue and where they piece together can always be like such a question mark.
Yeah.
So I was pretty, and also this is not something where I own 2 or 3 pieces of it. This is a one of a kind. Like my person brought it in. You know, my really don't want to mess it up, especially because it's also my friend's birthday present. So, like, I'm not trying to ruin my friend's birthday
Dude,
slash
I
Easter.
noticed when I was shooting the uh, photo episode, actually, now that you mentioned that, um, I did a couple different tests on wood, and it seemed like whenever I was going with the grain, the laser was like shredding the wood, and I was losing a
Yep.
lot of the fine details. So that actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I found too. Like, anytime you're doing like particle or not particle board, help me out, plywood. There you go, Brian. Like when you're doing something vertical versus horizontal, it really just depends on the piece that you're doing. So
Yeah.
I'll show anybody who just joined the piece. This is like a cheapy piece of bamboo that I've got, but my client brought in like a way better piece. And sometimes you look at the word and it says premium, and you kind of like, you know, you're like, yeah, is it really? And so I'll talk about that in a minute after Patrick's done doing his demo here. Yeah, me too. I'm actually going to mute mine for a second here so we can hear Patrick.
Yeah.
All right, so here's no air, and this is just going to burn into uh, just some letters on some steel real fast. Let me turn off my rotary. We'll be in good shape.
While this runs real quick, Joe asked if EZCAD 3 was any more stable or easy to use than EZCAD 2. It is slightly, but Lightburn is coming out, so just wait for Lightburn, because Lightburn will be here soon. But the community edition of EZCAD 2 is better than the usual run-of-the-mill one you run into that comes with your laser machine. So always check out the community edition of EZCAD if you need something like that. But Lightburn will be here shortly, so if you have an EZCAD 2 board, I would keep it, because EZCAD 3 isn't currently supported. Just wanted to throw that out there. Is this no air still, Patrick?
No air.
Okay.
All right, now I'm going to start. Whoops.
You're still muted, though, bro.
Yeah, I wasn't talking. I was just looking down here. And so this is one of the things I was talking about to people earlier, was talking about how bamboo is very fibrous. Like, it's almost like if anybody's ever made like plantains or something like that, you know, or like a banana peel, like the fiber of the wood's so big. So looking from it far away, which is what most people are going to do, it looks pretty good. And then you get up close and you can kind of see the striations. Let me see what I'm talking about. Like on Young, for example, like right there, it's dark. I don't know if I've got a camera that's good enough, but you can kind of
No, we
notice
can
it.
see it. Yeah, it's very clear.
But that's one of those things where I told my client ahead of time, I said, you know, this is going to be something that's going to be a little off than what you've seen before from me, just because the material is different, the substrate. But when you pull back, I mean, that's a really solid looking. Pretty happy with that. So now we go on to the real product. And hope. By the way, for anybody who's wondering, like, what does premium mean? What we talked about. So this is a cheapy board. I'm trying to get it where the light's on it. And so this is actually bamboo that's been glued together to like cork in the middle. So definitely a cheapy board versus the premium board, which if you look at it, sorry for the It's literally just there we go, solid bamboo all the way through.
Yeah, you can
So
definitely see the difference, obviously.
right, and so one of the things too is anybody who's trying to do something like this, I always like to leave an inch margin between where I'm going to start and stop. So there's going to be an inch here, an inch all around.
Yep.
And so the burn space actually turns into an 8x12 is what it's going to end up being close to.
Yep.
So just a heads up for anybody, because this is dead on 9x14. And so when you do the math, it just comes out to a piece of paper, pretty much 8x11, kind of 8x12. So now I'm going to measure that real quick. Mute myself and
All
listen
right,
to Pat.
air is on, and I'm going to start burning a square.
Okay, air is on. What kind of difference are we looking for?
You should be able to see the bigger, brighter spot of light and more spark.
Okay, got it. That's instantly a massive difference. Look at that.
That's air, and then let's see. I don't know. It might be hard to see the sparks.
The IR is kind of blowing it out a little bit, but it's pretty obvious.
This camera's not doing well seeing the sparks, but it's definitely in person.
And what are the benefits of using the air assist? Because I mean, air assist and fiber is not something that you would normally equate with one another. So why do this? What benefits are we taking away?
Here's the benefits that I've found, and I've used it for wood, leather, and I started with metal, and I run it all the time when I'm doing metal. It blows the metal dust out of the way, for one.
Yeah.
So you're not fusing all those dust particles right back onto the surface. So you have a cleaner finished result in the end. And then it helps blow the smoke too. And I keep it pointed at my fume extraction, so it kind of blows the smoke right towards the fume extractor, whether it's leather smoke, wood smoke, leatherette, you name it. It helps clear the smoke away. But for leather and wood, it minimizes flare-ups, just having that airflow going. Same as you would expect on a CO2 to minimize flare-up.
I'm really curious if it would have an effect on like photo engraving, because part of a really difficult part of doing photos on things like wood and leather is the flare-up, expanding your dot size essentially with that burning outwards from the center of the beam. So perhaps the air assist would make a pretty significant difference when doing like photo engraving on some of those materials.
I would expect it could, especially just providing a cleaner path for the beam to hit the substrate by clearing the air of smoke and debris.
Yeah, totally. I want one. I'm ready.
Dude, like I do a lot of leatherette. Sorry, I was measuring the cutting board. But with the leatherette, I feel like that'd be so useful because like it really does. Sometimes you'll see like little tiny differences with the JDS leatherette. And it's either because of the smoke that gets in the way or just because a piece of material, you know, and it really does matter.
All right, so that was a piece of old steel that had lots of, still had mill slag on it, or mill scale. And here's a more polished piece. So I'll just swing air on and off. I'll start with it off.
So I was asking if it would stop the metal from getting hot. Have you noticed a like cooling action?
Yeah, it does help keep it cooler. It's definitely another benefit. I normally turn it off when I'm annealing because at that point you want it to heat up a little bit. But yeah, overall I do think it helps keep cooler. I haven't did any scientific testing, but just picking stuff up.
Right.
I can tell the difference. All right, I'll start with none.
Dude, Coraline's being so good right now.
I don't know if you're able to see that brightness change on camera.
It's just there's so much IR getting bounced back into the webcam that it just turns into like a glowing plasma ball, you know?
What if I try less power?
Try put a pair of laser glasses over the webcam lens, and it'll filter the IR out, and then we'll be able to see the like actual sparks, because the sparks are in the visible spectrum.
Okay, we'll do that.
Yeah, that should make a pretty discernible difference.
All right, let's see. All right, there's no air at the moment, all right?
Yep, that's much easier to see now. We can actually see the ablation. Yep.
You see it get brighter?
A significant difference. It's very, very easy to see now with the glasses on. Massive, massive difference.
That's really cool, dude.
That is.
Yeah, look at it go, dude. And one of the things I was mentioning earlier.
Is,
go ahead, Patrick.
let me show you something else. Let me shut my phone off.
And by the way, while Patrick's getting set up on that, one of the things I'd mentioned is he and I had talked about, like, when you're doing a deep engrave, the ability to like blow away material that might obstruct your laser beam.
Yeah.
Really, really useful, and it helps just make everything better.
You see the lines where you can see lines where I turned air on and off, right?
Oh yeah, big time.
You see the sections?
Big time.
Yep.
There's way less carbon where the air assist was on, and it's much more like a natural color of the metal than like a brown carbon kind of scored surface.
That is correct.
Yep. That means less cleaning, better ablation. The lines are probably a little less discernible in those areas. Is that right?
They are, especially on your final passes. Like the most recent brass coin I did, I got some pictures and video of all the brass dust off to the side, and the engraving just looks super clean.
I was just about to say the coin guys are the guys that are like really going to appreciate that aspect of this, because they try so hard to get it to be flush and flat and, you know, look more cast than engraved.
There's a good close-up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, I'm not making this stuff up. My engravings are better with air, and I use it all the time.
Yeah, man. So when's mine coming?
I should have the final version in pieces ready probably Monday or Tuesday, I would imagine.
All right, I'm ready. I'll do a whole video. We'll do a deep dive.
Sounds good to me.
I told him I'm waiting for mine, man. I'm ready.
I know Patrick's first 8 units are going to be given away for free.
Is that right? I didn't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, take it up.
It's a closed beta. Closed beta.
Closed beta? I like it.
By the way, if you guys don't have one of these measuring tapes, just saying, I think most of you guys probably do. Oh my God, they're the best thing ever.
Does
I
it
love
have
them.
metric? Does it have metric on it, Matt?
Yes. On one side it's inches, and on the other it's metric.
Okay, which side is metric though? Is the upside or the downside?
Upside is not metric. Downside is.
Worthless. I need a metric up.
Well, watch
the
this.
downside of that ruler is metrics on the downside. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Yep.
Yeah, so you have to hold the bulky end of the measuring tape body upside down in order to use the metric side of it.
Well, but watch this. Watch my hand and see how it changes when I hold it differently. Nothing. Same shit, different smell. Oh, you man, I love it. By the way, be careful of getting her used to live streams. Did you see my kid run out here? He's way bigger and heavier. Okay, so by the way, one of the things Patrick's kind of getting his stuff ready again. One of the things that I was just showing you guys, I was muted. Let me go back here. Is that if you are looking at the different types of laser, the Boss laser has the autofocus, which is not everybody's favorite thing to use, or they may not use it at all. But basically, you hit the menu, right, and then you've got the option to basically go down here to autofocus. And when you do, it'll autofocus your material. I'm using a 2-inch lens to do this. And then I defocus 2 taps out. So nothing too crazy on the measurements. But frame it out real quick. I have to get this back to, let's see.
Good call on the glasses, Alex.
Yeah, standard like webcams are so inexpensively made they don't usually contain IR filters, so they just like, you know, light up like Christmas trees the second that you fire the laser, which is a great reason why, you know, I mean, I tell people all the time, turn all the lights off in your room and then laser something with a webcam on, or like a baby monitor, something that's IR sensitive, and you'll see just how much of that IR light is being reflected off the piece. Even on something that typically ablates fairly well, you're going to see like all of that reflection in an IR sensitive camera, and it's really kind of an eye opener, no pun intended, on just how much you're exposing your eyes to infrared radiation when you're operating these machines, especially the class 4 lasers where they're open-ended and there's no enclosure.
Yeah, I make sure my kids try to keep the dogs out of here, everything, whenever fiber lasers running, because that IR lights everywhere.
OpenHost is suggesting a flip out IR filter for webcams. So once you mount a webcam to your mounting system, there's a little flip over IR screen that pops in.
That could be as simple as a little piece of you know, like acrylic that just flips right in front of it.
What do you guys think of that size?
Let me see it one more time.
There's a piece that goes here. It pretty much goes right to the middle of the 2 circles.
Dope, dude. Burn
So
it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Don't want to overthink it too hard here.
Ain't broke, don't fix it. Run it.
Yeah, full send.
I originally was thinking of this as a multi-purpose system. Everybody likes a multitasker, something that'll do more than one job.
Yeah.
So camera mount was going to be second, and then I decided to go ahead and do at least the air and camera mount.
Yep. You could offer something really kind of special too with that filter idea. Because you could get like the no IR like YG5s are like essentially clear, so you'd be able to filter out any IR that's hitting someone's mounted camera without even affecting like the color quality of like, you know, clarity of their image that they're trying to get. That would be a huge selling point. You can buy it by the foot from no IR and then just cut it into little pieces that you need to flip up in front of the webcam lenses.
Yeah, that would be a great idea.
Open host says you're welcome. Yeah, Rick, she wasn't quiet. She just, I've been muting myself in between snippets of me talking, but she just happened to whine over me talking just then. She's kind of a whiny girl. There's some cat hair on your nose. Can I get that? Oh my god.
Yeah, but when you're that cute, it's okay if you make a little noise every now and then. Do any of you guys obsess like I am over this? Like I'm so afraid to hit freaking send. I swear to God.
Just send it.
I know.
No regrets.
Regrets. Oh, and by the way, to one of the other things too that I'd mentioned in case you just joined or you're looking or you had questions, one of the things I did was put this 3/16 piece of acrylic on here. So anytime I'm doing something that's going to sit flush against the edge, like a cutting board that I can repeat over and over again, basically you just pop the item in, sit flush, and then hit start, and then you can move your item, move the head back, and then whenever it's time to start your project again, just hit escape, and it jumps right back to the starting point. So just a heads up.
Clever girl.
Sure, most of you guys. Yeah. All right, let's see how this goes.
I saw hilarious. It was like a satirical article online, and it said, "You know you're old because the clever girl from Jurassic Park just died."
Peace. One more time.
Miranda says she obsessively checks every single thing a dozen times before she hits send. Alex just goes for it, and it stresses me out.
Yep, I'm literally. I know you said just hit send, and I'm like, all right, cool, sounds good. I'm checking it one more time, like looking at it through.
Yeah, sweet. Thank you. I will not do that, sir.
I appreciate your information. All right, here we go. Jesus. All right, there we
Patrick,
go. We'll see how it
James
goes.
Shelton is asking, what is the air assist attached to?
I saw that.
Yeah, OpenHost just said I always get uneasy when doing customer products when I don't have a replacement. That's exactly what it is. And the other thing is, I told her that she could pick it up today, so I'm on my word at this point for a friend's birthday present. So trying to. All right, away we go. Patrick, there's a lot going on there, man.
James Shelton's mentioning that you can get a dual gooseneck adapter for microphone goosenecks. He likes your setup. He says it's solid.
Is Patrick talking right now?
I hope not.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I was listening and fumbling around with this webcam.
good news is that bottom text so far is looking better than on the other board a minute ago. Hopefully this premium bamboo, like you guys said, premium.
I love it when the mark that you're putting on something looks better than the branding marks that are on something.
Right?
The
The first thing I did when I pulled out of the box was wonder if that was a gantry or if it was a galvo.
could have been a mill. Could have been like an
Yeah.
X carve kind of system on like an industrial scale.
That's true. You just drop it in.
I
hit
see
the
that a
button
lot,
and go.
dude. People come in and ask me all the time if I can reproduce an engraving for them, and then it was milled, and I'm like, no.
I can, but so instead of physical, it's chemical. Or, well, I guess it's physical.
The height of that feeling is when you do. Have you done a bunch of watches?
Done one watch.
Oh man, dude, I watches all the time, and when you get your mark to look exactly like the manufacturer's, like makers marks and stuff on the back sides of watch bodies, ultimate high.
I know. I literally the one watch that I did was my own, and it was just to kind of like see if I could.
Hmm.
And it came out looking similar, not exact. But I was like, oh yeah, I was so stoked.
Dude, I'm really proud of myself. I've done like $2,000 watches where I can get the laser marking on the backs of those watches to look exactly like what I'm putting on there. Get those like identical. It's such a good feeling.
Yeah, well, I did mine about 2 weeks after having my laser, and I was like close enough. This is awesome. You can get this one. All right, Patrick, you're explaining what this thing is connected to and everything.
Patrick might be AFK.
Yeah.
Doing something. He's digging around in there.
Yeah, I'm back. I shut my main compressor off. All right, I was going to show you an example of if you don't have an air compressor, just a regular tubing like this tubing coming from your air compressor.
Yep.
But you have your vacuum pump, like CO2 vacuum pump with your silicone hose. It's super simple. Just you can moisten the blue tubing or whatever kind of tubing you have a little bit. Then just poke it into the silicone tubing like that.
Oh, that's cool.
And then right here at this adapter, you can just unplug the main line, plug in that line, then turn on your pump. Plug it in. So now the pump's running, open the valve, and now we've got air blowing out. So now there's air blowing out from the little the aquarium type pump. So you can use air compressor or anything. I use one of these vacuum pumps. Not vacuum, aquarium pumps. Oh, gosh, it's probably like 4-5 months before I decided to tie into the air compressor. So even these help. They help a lot. Were you able to hear all that?
Yeah, I had myself muted so I can listen to you. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, and the good news is it looks like the pieces are cheap and easily found, like the pieces that you need to supply yourself. Or are you going to include them? or is that going to be something people just need to grab themselves?
I no. Best thing to do is get a pump through the Laser Everything affiliate links to Amazon and get you a pump like that. If that's all you can obtain or use or have room for,
Yeah.
they run like $35 to $50 somewhere in there. And
Yeah,
then you have Amazon's warranty and return policy. You'll be good to go.
nice. Liking it, dude.
I mean, people have a lot of preferences about what pumps they're
Are you
using
going to
and
mess
stuff
with
like
the
that.
leatherette at all today?
I don't know. It's so frustrating, that blue. I hate that blue.
Well, it's a pain in the ass. I think Patrick and I sat together. Basically, we burned through like $30 worth of stuff trying to find things. Dude, that's actually, I feel like this burn is looking better than this one.
I love that laserette or the leatherette on the fiber laser. Like there's a patch that I did yesterday.
Good, dude. And is that the from the adhesive feet?
Uh, Velcro.
Oh,
Then
nice.
I took a piece of the sheet stock and put this on it to go with the firefighter theme.
Very nice.
First in, last out, and then just burned a border on it and cut it, and then did the same. Just put the Velcro on the back.
Thanks, dude. By the way, KN just asked in chat, do I need to worry about the radiation that comes from fiber lasers?
For your eyes. Unless you're working on a... Yeah, well, yeah, I guess, yes, you do. But really direct exposure is the biggest thing that you need to worry about. And by direct exposure, I mean hitting yourself with a beam or observing a beam reflection are your two biggest dangers. CO2 is going to burn your skin, and it's going to burn your eyes. But CO2 can be blocked very easily with regular clothing or, you know, acrylic, glass, things like that are usually enough to deflect it. Of course, if you want to be really safe, you would get material that is designed specifically to block that wavelength of light. Fiber is not really going to burn you unless you've got it moving really, really slow at a really, really, really high power. But it is arguably the most dangerous for your vision because it is invisible. Indirect exposure, like reflections, IR light flooding a room, will degrade your vision over time. A direct reflection, so like a photon hitting the material that you're engraving and bouncing off and directly into your vision, while rare, will render you blind instantly. And you can't see fiber laser light. It's invisible. It's IR. So that's pretty dangerous on that. So you really want to be careful with that. And then UV, probably the highest burn risk. You really want to be careful around UV for both your eyesight. Even limited indirect exposure to UV light on your eyes is really, really not good for you and your skin. Without, you know, I mean, people wear sunblock in the sun outside to stop infrared light from the sun from cooking their skin, and this is a concentrated laser of that light, so you want to be careful with that as well. Same thing goes with diode. Diode is very near to the ultraviolet spectrum, so the same rules apply. People think diodes are not that dangerous because they are inexpensive, and that couldn't be further from the truth. The 455 nanometer beam is very close to the 355 of the UV, so there is a serious eye risk and a serious risk for skin damage from diodes as well. So it's not like radiation, like nuclear radiation. That's not the right. It's not the right mindset to be in. But it is light, and it is cooking things that are thicker and tougher than your body. So you need to be careful, regardless, about that. So you know, Rule of thumb: try not to let the laser beam hit you in the eye or otherwise. Probably not great for you.
Pretty good answer, I guess. Kind of covered all the bases. And the one good thing too is Alex has some good products that are linked in the buying guide. My thing is, I like, for example, when he had linked them before, I think it was around Christmas time. I think I messaged you saying I can only find like the one with the lower light transmission, right? And so, look online, find the different stuff. What is it? No IR.
It's no IR, and the thing about no IR, we don't even have an affiliate agreement with them. We don't have a partnership. We make $0 when people buy no IR glasses. They're just the best. That's why we recommend them, because we're not on a mission to make money off of people protecting their eyesight. Like, we link
Right.
them because they're the best. There is absolutely no affiliate relationship there whatsoever. They won't even talk to me. I tried to get them to come on the podcast and they told me to shove it. But that doesn't change the fact that they're still the best. So
Quality
we still,
stuff.
we still recommend their eyewear. They give charts for every kind of filter that they offer that show you the blockage at any given wavelength. So that really is the way you want to go on those.
Well, and that's why I was mentioning the buyer's guide stuff too. Like, if you're new or thinking about getting a laser, it literally talks to people like me, where I'm a small business, and so I'm out here on the fiber laser. Maybe like 30% of the time, 70% of my business comes from the gantry, and then really the 30% though, like, I still want to have some quality material to protect me, because I'm working, and I'll show you guys my setup in a minute when I get to it after this board. But I think I'm sitting on mine about 1.5 feet from it working, so I'm always mindful of that.
The frequency of use is irrelevant. You need to protect your eyes. If your
Right.
your eyes allow you to, if you mess up your eyes, not only are you never going to see your wife and kids again, but you're going to be getting a new career because you're going to be blind. So, like, you need to protect it. They're your number one asset in this industry. You need to protect your eyes.
That's it. And my thing is, I can't afford the no IR personally right now, but like this summer, that's my plan. Is I'm kind of every job and put away like $5 or $10 put toward them. And
Well, I'm not saying either buy no IR goggles or buy nothing. Buy something.
like,
Put something on your face.
The buyer's guide link that I went to was, help me out. What's the name of the brand?
Free mascot.
Yep, Free Mascot, and they're awesome. Like, I never feel any stress. I never feel any, like, whatever, they've got shields on the side. So like whenever I'm working, that indirect exposure gets limited way less. So that's what I'm getting at, is take a look. Like, if you're not sure or you don't understand what we're talking about, definitely go look at because the reviews are there, yeah, but also it's just a lot of information to help you understand why those are the
Like
recommended
everything
products.
else, Miranda's saying buy the best you can afford, and she's totally right.
Yep.
I used the Free Mascot ones for years, and I will stand by the fact that I believe those are still an upgrade over the ones that ship with the manufacturer. Wendy is a testament to that, because she said her eyes were hurting every time she was using her laser until she upgraded from the manufacturer lenses to the Free Mascot lenses. And she said overnight her eye pain went away and she started to finally feel relief about using her laser. Yeah. So it's still an upgrade. I'm not at all, and I just said this, I'm not at all saying buy no IR or don't buy anything. Buy something and put something on your face.
Yeah, that's why I was definitely saying the Free Mascot are sweet, because the ones that came from my manufacturer did not have any type of like shielding on the sides, and that's where I'm at. Like, where I'm looking at the computer, there's stray particles shooting out. You feel it.
Somebody did reply yes to the light burn demos, or rotary demos. I was just getting that set up real fast.
Take it away, man.
All right, so in the Lightburn beta, the way they have rotary set up is, it's in the regular release now too, I think. It now has the laser tools at the top. So rotary setup for the fiber, I think, looks identical to rotary setup for everything else. So I'm going to make sure I have my correct diameter in there. That should be correct. $16. And then you can set your split size on this window, but before you hit start your job, you're going to have a window pop up where you can adjust some more settings. So save that for
Pat, are you team big
later.
split? Are you team big split size or small split size?
I was playing around last night and I was using a 0.1 split size, but I was doing shapes individually, so it didn't matter at that point.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's what I was going to show, was the fill individually. But typically I'll use 0.025 line distance and a 0.05 split. That's my usual. Sometimes, what do you use on the red tumbler with the 300 lens?
0.025, I think. Laser everything standard.
With the split, did you leave it the same?
That red tumbler episode was Project Mark, so there was no split.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yep.
I'm getting my episodes confused. All right, so I drew myself an X just to confirm that and make sure the rotary's lined up. Let me switch to that camera. All right. I know my. Yeah, if I'm too far. All right, so let's frame it. You'll see on the window how light burns frame looks as soon as. All right, so there's light burns framing set up for the fiber laser. So you can either see the contour of shapes like EZCAD would do. You could do frame individually or outside shapes only, which can be extremely helpful if you have a complicated shape and you just want the outside. Or you can do whole, which projects a general outline of your artwork. So there you can see on that tube, and I'm not centered up. You see, way off. So when I installed this accessory bed, I slid it to the point where I can actually fasten down the rotary so it'll be directly centered under the laser. I just don't have it fastened down for this little job. So once you're at that point, you have everything lined up and your size is correct and your artwork size correct. We're going to do this one here. Like that. So this. Here we can double check. My height is 50 millimeters. And then if you have rotary enabled and hit start, you get the additional dialog box. And here you can double check your diameter, overlap, split size. You can have it go to 0 or just leave it wherever it is. Double check size. 51.8 circumference. So this will fit all the way around. What I'm going to do with this is do a deep engrave on this hydraulic steel tubing, and I'm going to have it cut each shape individually. So each one of those letters and those dots will be cut by themselves. So I'm going to use a traditional crosshatch. The important thing to remember when running individual shapes is that you have your cut setting to fill shapes individually. Is right there.
Yeah, and by the way, for anybody who's watching, just realize that you're going to have to learn different bidirectional cross hatching versus what you're used to seeing, which is like snake and all that stuff. So it's figured out pretty quick.
I'm going to go to the library and do engrave setting. Sorry, deep engrave. I know this changed it back to fill shapes all at once. So I need to make a rotary setting for fill shapes individually. And the cool thing about doing shapes individually is you can increase the number of passes. Got bidirectional crosshatch, 4 passes. So at that point, we're ready to go. I'm going to take the run full shapes if possible box and let's see, this one the bigger. I don't have the scene set up correctly for that camera in this doing the whole display. I normally use Lightburn just a window, but I wanted them to see this, which I forgot to show you. OBS has my cameras all screwed up now, so I can't access Lightburn camera. Anyway, here we go, all shapes at once on the rotary. This up here so you can see it. All right, it's all done. It stopped shaking.
This is the camera that's mounted on your tool.
No, this is a different camera than what I normally use, so I don't have it mounted on it. But
Gotcha.
here you can see, let me just jog this around. trying to get a better picture. Sorry about the focus on the stupid camera. There we go. I think that turned out pretty good.
Yeah, it looks really nice, dude.
And
Who was
lost
it?
focus.
Who was it that asked for the tutorial? Let's see if they have any more
I just
questions.
asked if I wanted to see a demo.
Yeah,
What did we learn how to do? Because I missed it.
everything.
Oh, damn.
Yep.
Was that just light burn rotary video?
Yeah, but
Man, so much easier than EZCAD.
and doing shapes individually.
It strips.
Have you tried that?
No, I haven't. Does it just assign a split mark based on the width of a shape?
No, it just runs each shape separately if possible.
Oh, nice.
So I'll run it again. You can watch it. Let me just move.
A Laser Master Academy member had the Mansfield hooked up to their fiber laser, which I thought was really interesting.
Yeah, I don't think that would be an issue. All right, I'm gonna run the same thing, and let me just frame it real quick. All right, that looks good. So it's going to cut what's on my screen individually, and it wraps the whole way around this. This is steel hydraulic tubing, so you know it's tough stuff. And I'm running steel engrave and 4 crosshatch passes with the rotor.
Yeah, KN. I have 3 lasers in my room here, about 2 feet from me, and I'm fine. Just be smart. Use your head. Don't glare at it.
One of the things I just sent a link, by the way, in the chat. So if you're wondering about radiation, you got to remember the sun technically is radiation, right? Like it's UV rays. And so just you got to realize, like, yes, irradiation is happening, but indirect versus direct. So sitting in a room, photons are flying around even in the dark. You just can't see them. They're at a wavelength beyond our scope. So irradiation is always happening because just our place in the universe. So just saying, take a look at that link. It's from the University of California, San Diego. It's a little heady, but at the same time, it makes sense. Pretty straightforward. The only time you really have to be worried is if you're not taking precautions.
So, Matt, after you read that article, I have a question for you, especially for you being where it's humid and hot.
Yep.
Is there value to wearing long sleeves if you're doing a repetitive job? Say you had 200 business cards that you had to mark. You were just sitting there constantly switching them in and out.
So, according to this, what it was saying, and there's actually an article I read. If anybody's on the Facebook group, it was like a 230-page article. The guy's doctoral thesis from Sweden. And he was talking about how even with deep engraving, so if you've got lights that's bouncing into something that's a couple of millimeters deep, it still primarily is going to be reflective. Versus even if the surface is roughed up, it's going to be more reflective than it is. So long story short, it could be if it's something you're worried about, but literally long sleeves, if you get something that has UV protection in it, like if you're using a UV laser, anything like that could be pretty good. Oh, might be breaking up because the compressor was just on. But long sleeves, yeah, would definitely be something to consider. I usually wear my hoodie when I'm out here anyways because I've got a split unit, which was something someone was asking about a minute ago, which is like, should I get a water chiller? In Florida, I need a water chiller, right? But I also installed an AC unit to cut down on humidity. and to be able to control the humidity here. But as far as light goes, radiation literally just comes from the sun. It goes from lights around you, anything. But you know, you could always wear something as simple as that. Get something that has UV protection in it to help maybe fan out some of the scope of what's hitting on you. I think would be good. And like Alex said, he has three. Yeah, he's got 3 lasers. Chris just asked, do any of the guys at Lightburn have kids? If I funded a college scholarship for them, would I get Lightburn for free?
All right, Alex, there's all of those marked individually. I'm going to switch cameras. I can't handle this thing.
My gosh, what a long burn. Almost done. I think I've got 2 more hearts in this. Getting pretty good. So Alex, we were just talking about it. We were just thinking, like wearing long sleeves. If like we're talking about exposure to radiation, I mentioned the fact that radiation is literally just from the sun. Like anything is radiation, technically. But Patrick had mentioned basically wearing long sleeves might be something useful too if someone is really worried about like indirect radiation. What are your thoughts?
I think for infrared it's unnecessary. So CO2 and UV, unless you're actually like, you know, using a CO2 laser with the door open and there's a possibility that your skin could like actually pass in front of the laser path, like that would be you know, a good time to have something between your skin and the laser. But if we're talking about indirect exposure, UV is really the only one you need to worry about. The diode's not really going to cook you indirectly, though a direct hit from the beam would burn you likely. The indirect isn't really going to do anything to your skin. And infrared certainly is just heat, right? I've had my face inches from the CO2 galvo while doing tumblers, and you can feel the heat on your face. But that's what infrared radiation is. It's heat. So if you turn on an infrared heater, space heater in your apartment to warm yourself up, you're literally taking an IR radiation bath.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of mentioned too. Is I linked the University of California, San Diego article in the chat that just explains what radiation is and also indirectly versus direct. I mean, the only way, like you said, is if a stray particle goes off. But if you're taking proper precautions, I mean, you're pretty damn safe.
You need to be far more concerned with protecting your eyes.
Yeah, that's exactly what the article says.
The only thing that I would really be concerned about as far as indirect exposure to skin would be UV. And even then, most UV lasers are UVA, which is not high enough wavelength energy to be able to like scramble your DNA essentially. So even then it's not a huge deal, but like if I'm going to be worried about any of them, I would be worried about the UV. The infrared, people literally purposefully take infrared radiation baths every time they're trying to warm themselves up.
Well, controls use infrared too. Like that's the thing that people don't understand. It's
like
just
IR remotes. Yeah, totally.
Right. So the other thing too is, as someone who uses PUVA, like UVB is the sun, if anybody's wondering, and PUVA is something that people use, like medical clinicians use to treat like different topical like skin conditions. So pretty damn safe.
Yeah, the only one that I'm aware is like actively really significantly harmful is UVC. That's the like DNA scrambler wavelength.
Honeycomb Bed.
Yeah. But
There you
infrared,
go.
like whatever. So no, I wouldn't worry about it unless you're messing around with the UV. The only thing that's weird about the UV is the UV is technically a visible laser because you do get a little spectrum spillover into the blue and like violet of like visible light, so you can actually see that laser while it's operating. So my only concern with that, you would be having also some spectrum spillover in the higher energy direction. So you might have some spillover into like the UVB or UVC territory. So that's why I would be careful around that one. But with infrared, you really have nothing to worry about as far as indirect exposure goes when we're talking about skin. Again, still dangerous for your eyes. We're talking about your skin. We want to protect your eyes from IR.
So real quick, for anybody who wasn't here in the beginning or is wondering, like for the past like 7 minutes and 6 seconds, this bad boy's been burning. And so if you've never done bamboo, this is what I was talking about and why I was kind of not nervous, but just a little apprehensive. Is like you can see the fibers being glued vertically up. So if you don't know, these are just pieces of bamboo being connected vertically. And you can kind of see the striations because it's just a really fibrous. And this is with a 0.05 line distance, by the way. So 0.05 inches. So this is a really tight line grouping. So up close, it looks kind of rough, but what makes me feel better is even when you look at the actual like industrial marking, they've got the same exact situation going on.
Yep.
So that's pretty expected. So if you're someone who's doing bamboo, take a look and kind of zoom back, and that's really solid. Like that makes me pretty happy, and it fills the space exactly like we wanted it to. It may look a little uneven over here, but that's because on this is going to sit something that's about 1.5 inches wide. So really, it's going to be about to here-ish. So came out pretty damn good, man. I'm excited. Makes me really happy.
That's killer, dude.
Ooh, one less thing to worry about.
Yeah, I'd be stoked on that.
I'll show the inside of a ring on Lightburn rotary too, real quick.
Yeah, it'd be cool. Rick's recommending hydrogen peroxide for that bamboo cleanup. Have you messed around with that, Matt?
I have not, and I already told the person that it was going to be what it was going to be. So on my, definitely the good news is I did a practice, Rick. So I'll practice on that. I'm assuming it like there's like a chemical reaction with the charcoal in it or something that darkens it maybe.
I don't know.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to bio break.
Bio break. Let's see. Let me turn my other camera
That's
back.
very-
Please.
All right, Pat, you got the main stage, man.
Main stage. All right. See what happens. So, let's see. I can't find my Allen key. Put me on the main stage, and I can't find my tools. The way it goes.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere.
All right. So, my workflow normally when trying to do the inside of a ring, something awkward, is to just go ahead and turn on framing, and then, if able, I like to pull my rotary right to where it's perfect. If it was something heavy and lopsided, obviously you'd have to fasten your rotary down. For a ring, I'm not worried about it. All right, so I'm going to get the framing turned on first. And then let's add the way up. Do you do many rings on the inside with your rotary? Not something I do a lot of.
Sorry, was that a question directed at me?
Do you do any inside rings with your rotary?
I've
It's definitely not something I do a lot of.
I've done it, but we don't have any like videos on it.
All right, now I'm going to make sure I'm centered. Which I am not.
This was this was something that JMac was wanting to make a video about to post on Laser Everything Else.
They definitely do a good one.
Yeah, this is a highly requested topic.
Make sure I didn't screw that right up. I know it's going to change after I adjust the focus. Place them center. Yeah, basically, if you can't get your focal stick in there, the laser beam's not going to hit it. So you can get your focal stick in.
Yeah, I usually start around like a 45-degree angle and then lower it if I can. Having a larger field size helps with this too. If you try to do this with a really small lens, you can run into issues because the outside of the ring is closer to the lens than the inside. So by having a larger field size lens, you get that deeper depth of field that will make your mark more consistent between that height differential.
Yeah, I don't think I would try this with anything smaller than this 200.
Yeah. The 200 is plenty. The 200, you're way inside on the 200.
Yep.
I would start worrying around 110 probably. That's where I'd start being concerned. Again,
I just know if I use smaller, I'd probably screw it.
Yeah, it really depends on the angle of attack there with the rotary though as well.
All right, now let me see. Get this camera. Actually,
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Get some light.
Man, whenever I'm using a webcam as like a laser cam, I really want to like use tap to focus like on a nicer camera or something, you know?
Yep.
It's really frustrating getting things to focus with webcams.
All right, so that is in position and framed. Let's see.
So I don't know if I missed KN leaving or not, but the one thing I was going to mention, like he asked, are there any residual remaining dangers from the fiber laser? You just got to remember that laser is an acronym, and it literally means that it's light being amplified by stimulated emission of radiation. Like that's what laser stands for. And so it's just, that's kind of how it works, right? So when it's off, if there's no power going to the amplification source, there won't be a laser, so there shouldn't be any type of residual anything. Just a thought.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned just the normal high energy electrical hazards.
Tap yourself, right?
Like, you know, you don't crack open a CRT and even when it's unplugged and off, because there's such high power capacitors in there. And I don't think there are even that many super high power capacitors on any of the boards in there, but that's the only residual danger that I could imagine. It's a lot more dangerous with CO2s, because those tubes retain energy after they've been shut off for a while, so you do have to be careful around some of those glass tube systems, but
right.
Fibers specifically, I doubt it. I think
So hopefully that-
I think you're a lot more likely to hurt the machine than the machine is to hurt you.
That's pretty accurate. Yeah, like I'm so nervous about lenses and everything. My God, with the fiber, anyways.
Yeah.
All right, we're all zoomed in. I'm gonna go ahead and start this. Anything else that you cover?
Hey Cyber, what's up? Everything looks good, Patrick. Let it rip.
Again, I will highlight that I'm using fill shapes individually. 4 passes, bidirectional fill on the rotary. Because we have run whole shapes if possible. Of course, I think my camera crashed. All right, I'm going to start it again.
Nice and accurate, good repeatability.
So, yeah, first pass my camera crashed, so here's the second pass. We'll make sure it's accurate.
Is this a real job, Pat, or is this a tutorial piece?
It's going to be a real job. I was actually getting this set up to burn for somebody else, but this is an extra ring I had. I just thought I might find it interesting.
Yeah, no, totally.
But this is an example I wanted to show as well, so people can learn from my mistakes.
I just want to be clear. Your camera is inverted, correct? And the text is facing the right way?
That is correct.
Okay, just making sure, because it's backwards on the camera. But for obvious reasons, because, you know, technology. Not because Patrick actually engraved it backwards.
No, I did engrave it backwards.
Oh, you did? It's wrong.
That's correct.
Oh,
this
yeah.
This is a throwaway. That's how I'm going to show people learn from my mistakes.
Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, explain that to us.
So yeah, as you can see, it is indeed backwards.
Mm-hmm. And that's because when we're engraving the inner diameter of something rather than the outer diameter of something, we actually have to invert our text, correct?
Yes. Yeah, you can see where it's backwards. Let me switch to the.
Were you anticipating that, Patrick?
Yes.
Okay.
As you can see, it's a real nice mark inside there.
Yeah.
Consistent, went over twice, and there's no overlap. Repeatable. So basically, if I would have set my rotary up to do the inside engraving and click this, let me see, let me get it up in front. Click the reverse rotary direction, it would have put it in the correct order. Because it engraved the whole shapes,
Right.
just out of sequence.
Yeah.
So I didn't have that checked the other day whenever I was just doing another throwaway ring, you know, you can buy dollar rings at the dollar store for practice.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, that was backwards. Good thing we always test first.
J-Max asking what's going on in chat. Should I tell him that you're stealing his video topic idea?
I didn't know it was his video topic idea.
I'm just kidding, man.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, you can tell him that. Then we could see an angry Scotsman.
So one thing I was mentioning earlier, if we're talking real quick, you can see I've got these like the glasses that I've got, my safety glasses, and I got the low light transmission ones, and they're awesome because you can look directly at stuff while it's going. But the bad thing is you can't see anything else. So anytime I'm doing anything, like just nothing, man. It's wild.
And those are the free mascots, right?
Yeah, these are free mascot, and they're the dark green. I think it's like 35% light transmission versus the ones you had originally. I think they have like 65% light or 70%.
So that's like a welding glasses situation. Like you can see exactly what you're doing, but nothing else.
Yeah, like when I'm framing it right now, so I moved over to my fiber and I'm framing it up. I have to look down, and if I'm looking at certain things on the screen, I have to take them off. So, but the good news is that's why I'm saying like I've never had any issues. And the other thing too is like the protection on the sides.
Yeah, you get like those
So
blinders.
it's actually got blinders that I mean, the chances of you are having some kind of stray particle shoot off is so low now.
Right.
And then one day, no IR. But the nice thing too is like I've got my glasses on for actual like sight, and hat on backwards, so it's easier to go.
I'll forget to wear these outside, and they're not bad sunglasses. They block UV.
I guess they'd block, fiber.
At least one spectrum. Or IR, I mean.
I can stare at the sun like I've always wanted to.
Yeah, I have all of my no IR goggles are at the shop, so at home I use the free mascot ones here.
So like framing up my repeatable knives here. That's good. I always forget to open up the blast door on the fans.
So last night on the EM Smart unboxing that we did, I made a note about how Lightburn wouldn't accept the core file that they sent on the USB stick. So I ran it through core file 2, I opened it, and then I resaved it out of core file 2 into its own thing, and instead of it thinking that I had a 15mm field size, it now thinks that I have a 1500mm field size. So there's something going on with that core file that is just like, Lightburn does not like it. I don't know why.
Not a fan.
But did you import the second core file back into EZCAD and it read it fine?
Yeah, EZCAD reads it fine. Super
Both
weird.
versions?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I don't know what kind of like core file software this particular core file was generated in, but it seems different than what we use regularly between us.
Yep.
Saving in some kind of different format. So I'm probably just going to do it fresh. Honestly, I'm just going to hook this up to the EZCAD 2 Community Edition, and I'll do a fresh one from scratch. What I've been using, by the way, for my lens corrections, this is awesome. So I discovered if you just go relatively slow, like white construction paper works perfectly. It puts like perfect lines on the white construction paper that you can use to dial your corrections in for your lenses.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's
easy
cheap,
to use.
and it comes in giant packs, and it costs almost nothing. I might do that now. I feel weird not doing anything. You guys are like doing all this work.
That's perfect size for a
Hey,
fiber
sit
laser.
back and have some pizza, Dad.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like people are really missing out today. I can't believe we only have 15 people watching this stream. This is like unfettered access to the LE staff, literally Laser Everything coaches. We're just hanging out online. We're willing to answer anybody's questions, and there's like 15 people here. What's going on?
Yeah, what does anybody want to see next? Anything I can demo? If I have it, I'll try it.
And by the way, for anybody who's watching and wondering, this is just a black C mark on a high carbon steel butcher blade.
Yeah, that
So I've
looks
got-
so good, dude.
Yeah, well, this is with the help of JMac and Patrick last night. So for people who didn't hear about it already, I made one last night, and it was still really, really nice markings, but it just had texture on it, and I did not want textures. So here was yesterday, which, again, the marking is super dark, really nice from no matter what angle you're looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's just a little bit of rough texture on it. So just by defocusing a little bit, I was able to get the smoothness that I wanted. And that was on over here. You can kind of see this was the rougher one right here versus like the really super smooth one over here, which, you know, you're kind of seeing it now. So, and then this is using light burn too. So,
Patrick, remember we're on the main channel, so that is a nice piece of polymer. That
Oh yeah, it's plastic.
Yeah, that's a great polymer object.
I just wanted to see if people were paying attention.
I'm paying attention. I'm always paying
Might
attention.
get the likes up.
We can do it. We can run that. We just need to be careful with our verbiage.
that was a great piece of 3D printing.
I believe those are cast.
Yeah, they,
So I can't run this one because that is going to be the video.
by the way, just to talk about different ways of setup, I am not really someone who wanted to create jigs for these. I talked to my client who is the chef at our school, and I said each one of these are individually created pieces of art, so they may not be exactly the same.
Yeah.
And he was aware of that. So to kind of show you I always use a 3-point system is something I've found to be pretty helpful for me.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things I do is you can kind of see right here the hilt of where it connects to the spine of the blade is touching the exhaust. Then I've got right here where basically my word should so when I do this as a whole outline, the box basically matches right up to that. And then I've got my starlet that I use right here. If you kind of look at it, it's touching the center of the starlet, so that's how I know that it's pointing where it's supposed to be. And so each one of these, even though this is just a really rudimentary, quick jig, it's just 3 points of contact. One here, it should line up here and there. And then by the end, my text will always touch right where this is in line with. So
That's pretty awesome, dude.
just showing you quick ways to figure out how can I do this versus, rigging something that's going to take me an hour. I just threw stuff on my workstation and went. And so I've got 24 of these, or 25 got ordered, but I've already done a handful. And so I got about 20 more of these.
It looks like you're getting really good contrast on there as well.
Yeah, so I really appreciate all the tutelage from you guys. Sorry,
Is that turning out smooth now?
Say it again, bud.
Is it smooth?
Yeah. So that's what I was talking about last night after you and I had talked, and after I had a little quick chat with JMac, we talked about defocusing a couple of millimeters, and the difference is huge. So you can even see it just there's texture, the outline looks almost burred.
Yep.
Versus here where it's just super smooth.
Yeah, it'll feel like sandpaper if you're in focus.
Yeah, I actually tried to wipe it with a microfiber cloth and had particles of microfiber being ripped apart. So that's what I was like, yeah, I can't do that.
So the first piece of plastic I had up there is what's going to be the tutorial video. And the second piece of plastic is the results that will hope to achieve after people watch the tutorial video.
And those are name brand pieces of plastic, right?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, because there's a big difference between the name brand and the generic pieces of plastic.
Yep, that is definitely name brand.
Have you tried the generic?
I have not.
Yeah, it's quite different, but that looks great, man. That's really cool. So smooth. Did you have to do any processes after the fact, or is that all just laser?
All laser.
Wow, it's incredible. Great job.
I even did the artwork too. It was like I custom made this dude the logo because he wanted his name in the Celtic runes, so it has the house up top and then last name at the bottom, and then he wanted this raven, so I threw it all together and it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm really fond of that triangle pattern too.
It's definitely got some grip.
Whoop. Oh my god. I fucked up. Oh man. So here it is. If anybody's ever been embarrassed about this.
You know, I've never been embarrassed about that because I refuse to put a lens cap on. Just for that reason.
I only put this back on because I was moving it across the room yesterday. Man, that sucks. Now I gotta check the lens. Shit. I didn't mean staff members. I meant more like people watching the channel.
I have plenty of screw ups to be embarrassed about.
Yeah, I definitely
Right,
made. Oh no! Oh my god! This couldn't be worse. Look at this.
Is that going to come off?
I don't know, man. I might have just fucked my laser up. Oh shit! All right, microfiber cloth. Didn't I bring a microfiber cloth home? I think I have some downstairs, but I don't have access to it at the moment. Just gonna grab an old hoodie. Is everybody else wearing their laser everything hoodies? I feel like I should put mine on. Oh, Patrick, that's the nice one from the merch shop, huh?
Yeah.
I just had mine printed by my t-shirt printing neighbor next door at the shop. I should probably get one off the merch site. I really like those ones. Oh my god, it came off. I was so nervous.
Awesome. I need to get a t-shirt since it's summertime coming.
Yeah, I have a couple t-shirts too. I think we have a couple up on the shop as well. I'm gonna need to purchase some of those, especially in this house, which is not air conditioned. Okay, let's try this again. This time with less plastic, hopefully.
Let me real quick. OpenHost asked how much I'm charging for knives like these. So I'm a teacher at the school where I do work for these people. So some of these kids who are receiving these knives, like these are for kids who have been in the program for 4 years. This is like their, thanks for sticking with us kind of a gift. So I've got some skin on this one. So for me, I'm charging $15 a piece on these, which I think when I did the math on this, it's taking about 14 minutes total per knife. So $1 a minute. So it's not like I'm losing anything. I'm sure you could charge way more. I actually called 2 different places in my area to make sure I was charging appropriately, and sent them a picture of something I had made and said, hey, how much would you charge for this? One person said 25. Another person said 20 because there's 2 dozen of them. And they're, it's repeatable. So it's not like it's something where you're having to make new artwork every time. So really, I guess you could range. So like I said, I'm trying to save my program. The people who run the program at our school are friends of mine. So $15, and that covers my operating costs, So there you go, 15 to 25. I'm sure you could go higher if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that, Alex?
It sounds good to me, dude. I mean, you're the best judge of what your time is worth, and if you're trying to do people a solid, that's another factor. But at the end of the day, what I always tell people, that we get that asked this so much, and I don't really know if I have enough to say about it to make it a full episode, but really what I try to tell people is, what do you want to get paid per hour? Like actually paid per hour, and then add all of your expenses on top of that. That way, by the time you're done, you're still getting the hourly rate that you feel like you're worth.
Right, and that puts me at $1 a minute here, and the cost is zero to me besides operating costs. So
right, $1 a minute's a nice place to be sitting.
Yeah, and it's simple. Like once I got it figured out, luckily the chef even gave me some steel that was similar material, so I could practice and get figure out what I needed.
Mm-hmm.
So I literally have lost nothing doing this and gained a customer. So it's win-win in my book. Ruben said something. Question.
Is there anything anybody wants to see that's in chat?
Here is me marking that construction paper, by the way, in case anybody was interested. It's actually like really clear and easy to see.
What kind of speed and power are you using with that 25 volt?
I will tell you in just a second. So here it is, just so you can see how, it's so clear, right?
Yeah, that looks great.
Yeah, that's just on white construction paper, and it was 37 frequency, 90 power, 25 speed.
So I just reposted a question from Ruben, who said, what settings are you guys running for deep engrave on brass coins? I've been setting 2 hatches, one for broken snake, and you've got the settings, and one for snake with settings. It works. Just want to know if there's anything, I guess he's trying to do faster or better maybe. So if anybody's got brass knowledge.
I wish Tony was here. It's not really my rodeo.
Yeah.
J-Mac, he'd probably be more familiar with brass and EZCAD than I would.
I've only played with brass. Yeah, that second pass makes a pretty damn good difference, dude.
Let me see. Let me open up a Lightburn file and I can at least read what I used.
So for anybody who wonders why you do a second pass when you see such contrast there, take a look at that when you're on it.
Yeah, the second pass makes all the difference because you're getting all of the light that's reflecting the opposite direction to have the same contrast as the light that is moving the other direction. So you need to make sure that as much of that light, it would look even darker if we continued to add passes at different angles, because even more of that light is going to be directed the way we want it to be directed.
Right. But just thought it was interesting for if someone's never done this before, it's really crazy.
Yeah, of course, you're absolutely correct. I was just trying to give a little background as to why that's happening.
Yeah. And then for anybody who's wondering about safety, I know I see K in his back. Ta-da! Right? This is it. So these are the free mascot, and that we were talking about. There's a little more space on the side because I've got my glasses on underneath, but that's what's nice. These actually fit over my prescription glasses, and there you go. So sorry you're getting a close-up on my face, but there you go.
So the last ones that I did, I used Lightburn. And I did 6 passes of crosshatch passes. And I think these were, these were flood fills. So it's basically Lightburn's equivalent of snake. 0.02 line distance and cross hatched it. Let's see, started at 45 degrees and then increased 37 degrees every pass.
Do you guys
And
save
that-
every EZD and Lightburn project that you do?
Yes.
It's crazy. I literally almost never do that, which is not a rag on you, it's a rag on me. I should really start doing that.
I do it in case, like, I've had so many things where people come back and want the same product again.
Yeah.
It's just so much simpler to just pull it up, and it takes a few seconds. And I've not saved something before, or if it's kind of a one-of-a-kind item, other people are like, "Oh, well, my cousin wants one, or my friend, or just somebody else wants it," and I can just go boop, ready to go.
Yeah, I mean the same thing happens to me, and then I just end up guessing, which is super irresponsible.
All right, so this just finished. If anybody's taking a look,
So nice.
yeah, super smooth. No matter what, like you can just see, like at one angle, it kind of changes a little bit, but even then, it's still very dark. And then, so this was with the 3.5 mil autofocus, which I think OpenHost had asked about autofocus. This was made dead on focus, where the edge is actually like you can feel like it's burled edges, but the difference is you can still see right about the same exact angle, right? That you're seeing a difference there.
What lens are you doing this on?
110, because it literally fits exactly where I need it to.
Yeah, no, that's good. So the reason I'm asking is because I just like to remind people as well that the larger a lens you use, the further out of focus you're going to have to go, because your depth of field is deeper, which means that the same defocusing amount on a 110 is not going to work on a 200. You're still going to be in focus on a 200. So you're going to have different defocusing numbers for all of the different lenses, depending on what lens you're using.
Yep.
And for that coin, after I ran the engraved passes for the guy that had the question, I then followed that up with one pass of, and I'm using 200 lens, the speed of 1,000, power of 60, frequency of 100, just to clean it up. And then after that, I just took them off and polished them.
Just really quick, Matt, and then I'll let you go. I'm running the calibrate standard rectangle now that I've inputted my correction values with those same settings. So it's 25 speed, 90 power, 37 frequency on a 25 watt laser. Go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I was going to answer. Kanan had asked about using a laser like enclosure. And I said, have you guys considered getting a laser shield around your fiber laser? Because I know NoIR makes the laser shields. Like they'll do one custom. And then he said instead of wearing glasses or maybe using both. I know for me, a lot of times the stuff that I put under my fiber laser will not fit. Like it'll, like I'm only engraving something this big, but the item is this big, and so like the shield wouldn't work.
This is
Too many axes to mess around with something else getting in the way.
This is a stupid analogy, but like if your house is cold, you can heat the whole house, or you can get a heater blanket and heat yourself. And I'd rather just cover my eyes, than and be able to move around freely than kind of lock things down with an enclosure.
By the way, this makes me happy because this is the bone from the company who makes the knife. Right?
Kind of gray, dull.
Yeah. And here's mine. So
that's the watch feeling I'm telling you about.
Yeah, that's what I was literally like, oh yeah.
I think I might do another air assist example since you brought up using larger lenses. I did. They were 13-inch world knife throwing lead knives, and I had to put them diagonal on the 300 to fit them within frame. And without air assist, it was just turning the surface kind of gold. With it on, it actually engraved.
Yeah.
Pretty well. see, so I'm going to switch lenses real fast.
Did you get a look at the calibration rectangle there? Because that's pretty badass. Those settings rock. I'm super happy with them.
I did see that. I need to get some construction paper.
Yep. It was weird because you would think the black would do better, but the white is just so visible. Alright, sweet. And my corrections are good, so I can get rid of this and we'll save the core file. And hopefully just something straight out of core file 2 will be accepted by Lightburn. So we'll just save that as EM Smart in the EM Smart folder. And we'll reinstall those drivers via Zadig, and hopefully this works. It's a really strange issue.
I've imported 2 core files for Honeycomb and Lightburn, and they both worked perfect. I don't remember.
Well, remember this too was a core file that I had received from 3P Lasers.
Yeah, it was from the manufacturer.
So maybe I just needed to do a fresh one. Matt, was
300 lens is installed.
Matt, was your daughter trying to wave at Coraline earlier?
Yeah, she was.
I didn't even notice. I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
My wife pointed it out to me after the fact.
It's all good. She was just like, "Ooh, cute baby."
All right, I'm reinstalling those Lightburn drivers now. Oh, Patrick, I see you went with a dark background there on the Lightburn.
Yeah, I couldn't stand the light background anymore. I'd switched it last night, and then after I switched it back.
Once you get a taste, it's hard to ignore it.
So, real quick, OpenHost asked, how do you guys structure your files? Like it said, there's a good question. How do you guys organize your files? I always use mine, the last customer's last name in all caps. Then the next thing is I put a dash with the item being marked, a dash in the color, and a dash if it's a fiber project, the lens size. So, or the material if it's on my CO2. So like if it's an olive wood board or a bamboo, it just lets me know so I can find it easier. And that's just so that when I go into the search files, like the search function, I can type in something and find it pretty quick.
As usual, I'm nowhere near as organized. I do first name, last name as a folder, and then inside I just leave a descriptive note for myself as the file name. Or, you know, sometimes I'll make fun of the customer. Like, some guy brought in,
Awesome.
like, a pirate chest that he wanted engraved, so I made the file name R.
Nice.
And that's how I live my life.
That's hilarious.
Well, I've got ADD pretty good, so if I don't have some kind of structure, good luck, man.
I have this is kind of cool, so hold on, I'm going to move my camera real quick.
By the
All
way,
right.
we just hit the 2.5 hour mark.
I've got Lightburn up and running, and I'm just going to show how easy it is to switch lenses.
Nice.
So let me get this out of the way. All right, so here's my 200 lens, and then I just switch devices to the 300, and boom.
So easy. Here's my new exhaust setup. So I have just some 4-inch hose that reaches all 3 of the lasers. And then I have the AC Infinity S6, and it exhausts out a piece of plexiglass I cut to fit my window, which is sealed with duct tape. And then there's a 4-inch damper right on the end of it to keep the outside air from coming in. And that's it. Super simple. In a bedroom, in an apartment. So just thought I'd show that off because we get questions about that all the time too.
I used acrylic and replaced my garage door window.
It works, man.
I took two pieces of acrylic, cut them out the same, and then basically cut the outside frame of the window so that it would basically make a double pane window. Glued them together, and then also did the same where I had the vent and cut a little spacer out for it. Screwed it together, and now I can plug it up when I want with the 6-inch plug that I cut out for the duct, or leave the duct attached. And
Actually made a I made a plate to mount our Ring doorbell to, because I looked everywhere for like a doorbell plate that would fit the enclosure that we had and couldn't find anything. So I took a piece of 3/16 smoky quartz and then just made it fit to size and cut 2 holes, to size for the hardware. And that's what's sitting on our front step when you walk up. So works pretty good.
let's see if I can zoom in.
Just a heads up, the fresh core file 2 for the EM Smart worked on Lightburn. So something about the one that the manufacturer sent me, as I suspected.
So there's my homemade window.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Those like
Nice.
screws, rivets. What do you got going on there? Is that like?
Screws.
Oh, that's
I have
the window panel holder.
Yeah, I have a like a duct pass-through, so it's on the outside, and then you push it through, and then you can attach your vent to it.
Got a question in chat about Stefan said, is it possible to mark black on non-anodized aluminum with 30-watt MOPA? Tried different settings for days without success.
Can you say that one more time?
Yeah.
Black on aluminum.
Black on
black
no
on
no
non-anodized,
native no native black on aluminum with fiber lasers. You need some kind of chemical catalyst to do it. I haven't even really seen it. There's a lot of big talk about using a MOPA laser to get black on aluminum. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it pulled off successfully, and I tell people to just assume that it's not going to happen. Aluminum is the #1 most difficult metal to get anything even remotely close to a true black on without some sort of chemical catalyst. My recommendation is get a nice big lens, like a 300 millimeter, so that you got a big spot size. Grab some Ceramark or Brilliance laser ink or LBT or something like that, and roll the dice on that. I think that's going to be your best bet. That's an opinion, not a fact.
Yeah, I've gotten some really nice thick grays, but never black.
Okay, I'm going to run 2 squares, one without air and one with air, and then we can compare the difference with the 300 lens on this steel plate.
Oh, Maker Theory joined the chat. What?
Yeah, he's been in and out. I don't know why he's not on Discord with us.
Let's go, Maker Theory. Another great channel that has some really good content.
I'm hoping eventually Geo will just give up and join us on Laser Everything Else.
All right, so there's no air.
One pass.
So that was with air or without?
That was without.
Without.
Okay, nice.
Now I was playing around with the tubing earlier, so you go put the pressure back on my air compressor.
Dude, I really like this EM Smart.
I just wanted to different.
Yeah, you can definitely see the sparks now.
It's visible on and on. You can see the color difference. You can see the black. So I'll just move it on and off, and then you'll be able to see a little bit difference.
Yeah.
Especially on the 200, man.
Can you make it an option so that I can put one of those on the EM Smart?
Oh, Stefan said, I have some sear mark left I used to use with my CO laser. Anodized aluminum is fine to mark black on, though. Not sure what that means, or what he's trying to ask.
Maybe he's saying that his fiber marks black anodized aluminum
Okay.
rather
Yeah.
than a black mark on aluminum.
Yeah, that's makes sense.
So could you see the difference there?
Yeah, dude, big time.
Yeah. I want to see what it looks like without the goggles on and see the difference.
Yeah, I want to see the marked difference.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm going to use my phone. Let me get it off of Zoom. Big Zoom. Just let me get some light.
Just unboxing knives over here. Oh, wow, yeah. Look at that.
That middle one's the on off.
Yep.
That one's no hair at all. That one's with.
Yeah, massive difference, dude.
That's so crazy, dude. And I don't think it's something that you think about because so many fiber people who run fibers, like, why would you think about it, you know?
Look at with running no hair how rough that is. That was 2 crosshatch passes. I mean, 1 crosshatch pass.
Right.
That's 1 crosshatch pass using the air assist.
Yeah.
And then that's mixed.
So let me ask you real quick, how would you guys clean up these knives? Because that's the next step.
I wouldn't. I mean, a little bit of maybe like degreaser and a microfiber cloth.
Got it.
If I'm going to do anything to it at all. They shouldn't need much, though.
Yeah, looking at them, they look pretty sharp. Pretty sharp.
What was your question about the EM Smart, Alex? Was it something about air assist? I couldn't hear what the.
Yeah, I was just so the EM Smart has a much smaller machine screw size. So maybe an option to have
Shoot.
different mounting plate sizes as options. I don't know if that's actually
Yeah,
necessary.
send me a PM with the dimensions that I can get.
I think they're M3s. I'll measure. I know most fiber lasers use like M6. I think a few use M5, and these are considerably smaller than that. So it'd be cool if you had a couple different base plates so that we could like check a box, right? And then you would know like what size your threads are for your breadboard, and you can order the appropriate base plate.
Yep, sure can. And no issue with that.
I'm actually going to use the paper here to protect my bed so that I can purposefully spill this photo over.
No, what does anybody want to see now? Any other examples or light burn stuff or about anything?
I feel like we didn't market this stream very well. It's kind of a thin crowd.
Oh, I
Well-
think we've also been going for 3 hours, so some people are coming in and out. We've gone up to like 30 and down to 15, and
Yeah, that's true.
keeps ebbing and flowing.
It was just supposed to be a test for everybody to test out their streaming setups.
I know, but then we started hanging out.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was probably my
Yeah.
bad.
So next time we can do a little more marketing, especially with what we have planned coming up, at least for hopefully once a month, and beginning in about 2 weeks.
Yeah. We'll sit down too. I want to sit down and just go over your OBS setup with you because I'd like it to be so that you guys can just log in and stream whenever you want, like without needing to set things up in advance. You know, so if you find yourself with a pocket of time, you can just hop in and do it.
Yeah, I'd love to. I think it would have been fine had I not needed to capture the audio from Discord.
Yep. Man, these 0.2 millimeter aluminum cards warp so easily.
Got some nice 1 millimeter thick ones.
Yeah, I usually like the 0.8s. They're just so expensive for testing. I don't even think I'm going to let this finish running. I'm probably going to stop it.
See if I can get this as far as I need to.
Look at the, can you see the detail in the grass in that photo? Hold on. Oh, everything's backwards.
That's wild, dude.
It's still out of focus, but
It's cool.
maybe on the other one, on the other camera. I'm try to switch cameras. Sorry, Discord crashed on me there. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Hey, I think now that I have this 300 lens, I might for that blue and silver leatherette. Right.
I'm gonna tackle chat while this phone is going here.
All right, let's see what happens. JDS blue and silver laserable leatherette with the unicorn.
Let's go, baby. I need those settings too.
I have my 300 lens on. I wanted to see if that might help.
I think so. The heat really makes a difference. For anyone who's never played with JDS metallic leatherette, there's a layer of foil underneath this colored material. And exposing it, the whole goal is to expose it without burning the material underneath. And on the fiber so far, it's been pretty elusive to get a quick one-pass burn. Whereas with black and silver and black and gold, Patrick has nailed it. Oh, look at those marks on the microscope, man.
I don't know what they're doing in this EM Smart, but the EM Smart actually has a smaller dot size on the 110 than the 30-watt Mactron.
That's wild, dude.
This is at 355 DPI, and I usually get 335 on the 30-watt. It's not a huge difference, but it's a difference, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that better look at anything. Yeah, so highlight what Matt was just saying. There's the black and silver.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that's perfect. And then there are other laser bowl leatherette, like I think there's a gray. And it just turns out great. But the unicorn is blue and silver at this point. So that did nothing, essentially.
And again, the dance that you're trying to figure out is how do I burn off the top layer? Just kiss that silver, man.
Yep. I'm just give it a little more power and see what happens.
There we go. Alright, I had to disable my camera in OBS in order to get it to show back up. Where is... Oh, come on.
Still is barely tipping the surface with it. That was 6 passes.
Very good. Flare up you can see there. Put the air on it, help minimize it.
Here's that, here's that, grass. If I can get it, the lighting just right on it.
I can see the shadows. Dude, nice, man.
It's pretty cool, right? I had to run it again with a thicker card though, because this one was warping and it was causing a bunch of ugly ass lines. Oh, get rid of that and find a thicker card.
Hey, Patrick,
Yo,
can you show the grid?
what grid?
The light burn grid option for running a grid matrix for testing.
Oh yeah.
Alright, I have the 0.4 millimeter card now. So
Oh yeah, 0.4 is what I use for my business.
yeah, I'm gonna try again with the 0.4. It shouldn't be warping. We'll see how that comes out. Yeah, you're getting such a nice black on there, Matt.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it, man.
How many?
Like, I really these students who they work their butts off, so like twice a week they provide meals that teachers can purchase, and they learn like real life skills where they can go right out and just get jobs making good money with something they're passionate about. So it's pretty cool that the chefs at our school got together to make this happen for them. So
Yeah.
I'm glad to help them out. So Kyle just asked, what am I working on? My day's going well, Kyle. Thanks, by the way. I'm working on, I just finished in the first hour. I did a bamboo board, and for a customer, it turned out awesome. Haven't done bamboo in like a year and a half, so that was good. And then right now, I'm working on a couple of dozen knives, doing a Z mark on a 100 millimeter lens. Thank you for asking. How's your day going, buddy?
I just asked Kyle why he's not in here.
Matt, I
Awesome.
have the Lightburn material test generator pulled up,
Oh, there you go. Yeah, let's hear about it, bud.
showing a preview of it. Basically, under laser tools, you go to material test, and you have options to create grids using a variety of parameters: speed, power, interval, passes, frequency. Account for each min max, how large you want the boxes to be. You can edit your settings for the cut, and then you can edit the text, how it's going to burn whatever text is there. Like 1590 will definitely burn right through that leatherette, so we don't want that. Make it 20. Then you can preview, see exactly what it's going to look like. There we have speed, frequency, line distance, then parameters that will change on the graph. And move around.
I like that you can also put in like how many passes you want it to try too. That's pretty cool. Like in case you don't get it on the first shot.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing here, is comparing power and passes. Just for the heck of it.
By the way, what's really cool about this is like you can see how easy it is to eat up material trying to throw down images and stuff. So the ability that Lightburn, I mean, anybody you can find these online that are already pre-made, but then to modify them takes a lot of time. And so what Patrick just showed you guys is really awesome. And I know some people are frustrated for Lightburn to come out, but also our goal is just to show you some of the things that are coming out that'll make your life easier.
Yeah.
So the fact
So preset. You have your preset, and then right here, if I wanted to save that as a preset, I could put JDS blue. Blue as red. So now it's stored. If I come back here, I'm going to run it again, pull up the same thing and edit as needed.
wow, look at the contrast on the grass between core and the grass, but it's wild.
Yeah, just wait. I'm going to pull it up on the main cam in a minute. So here, I'll show it on the webcam first. Here is this way. There's the Nugget Princess.
That's so awesome, dude.
It's not incredibly sharp on this camera, so let me try to. Switch over here real quick. That's a much better view right there. I took this yesterday while I was vacuuming out Miranda's trunk.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't even take this with a fancy camera. This was just with my my smartphone.
And just to draw people's attention to the detail between like the shading and the shadows.
Yeah,
That's what.
that grass is really impressive because it's such a complicated pattern.
Baby's pretty cool too.
Yeah, the baby's pretty cool too. She's white as a ghost though, so she's pretty easy to engrave. Yeah, I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, that dot. It's not, to the naked eye, it's not like mind blowing. Look at it on the microscope. That's pretty cool.
Well, the reason it's not mind-blowing is because we expect it to look good, you know?
Yep. Patrick, how'd that turn out on the silver, bud?
Not good to do.
Here's the scan pattern on that photo. So that's what you want your dots to look like, best case scenario. These are some of the lighter areas in like her onesie and dress. Here's some of the grass areas. So when you get those dots just right, man, it adds up to like a real image, which is pretty incredible. So you're doing a material test on blue tape? Is that what we're watching here?
It's the blue and silver laserable leatherette.
Oh. It looks like masking tape. It's like a very masking tape blue.
Yeah, ignore it for this part because I've already ran it on this part of the logo. We'll see what happens. Oh, it turns silver. Then it burn it. Let's see. Got a nice black.
Yeah, to anyone watching, this is one of the most frustrating colors.
So this is one of the things that I really like to do. In fact, I'm probably just going to bring this over here. So
Two finished knives in case anybody's looking.
this is a photo of the photo. And you can see just how intricate these dot patterns are to make up these images. And you can kind of scroll around it here and just see all of the little bits and pieces that make up this image, and it makes it all the more impressive. So just thought I'd show that off real quick so you guys could see it. So that is the photo of the photo.
Pretty amazing.
It's pretty cool. All right, move this back out of the way. Back to the show over here. Hopefully the stream was able to see that.
So, by the way, this is the Z Mark, 2 different knives, and we had talked about like the setup I use for placement.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where I was trying to tell you guys, just having the 3 points of contact kind of make them pretty darn spot on.
I don't think there's a visual difference between the two. I can't see anything in particular sticking out to me that would be a problem.
Right, so, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll show you just in case anybody's new here. Let's see. One of the things that we had mentioned too is just talking about the different workflows that we have as makers. And so for me, whenever I'm making this, like I literally just have these things screwed in pretty lightly, ready to go. And so you can see I've got where the text is going to fall, pretty much touching right where that is. I've got the starlet set up, and then I pretty much use the ridge like the spine of the exhaust. So I'll show you guys that in a second in case anybody's ever wondering like how do you set them up to make it quick. And that's how long it took me to place this right there. That was it. So now I'm ready to be. I've got the knife. I can probably straighten up just a little bit. So the tip of the knife touches where the starlit center is. My text is aligned. And then my hilt of my blade is touching right there. So there you go. Ready to go.
Super easy.
Yep. 3 points of contact.
I'm like examining this picture of Coraline a little closer now, and I'm not super stoked with the contrast that I was able to achieve. I feel like I can get better contrast. It seemed a little washed out, so I'm gonna rerun it. And this time I've just made a small gamma adjustment. I went on and on in the photo engraving guide about pushing the black dots away from each other, but I'm actually going the opposite direction. I'm pushing them a little bit closer to make the image overall a little bit darker. So we'll see how that comes out.
Because the contrast, you mean?
Yeah, it seems a little flat, and I want it to have a little more depth. I wish I could show that process, but I can't share my screen at the moment. I can only show cameras because I don't have a third desktop capture solution, and we're streaming the Discord chat, so. See, Patrick, making a little progress there, Pat. That looks slightly better.
Yeah, a little bit. A little better.
The other thing too is don't be afraid to go grab like little microfiber and some LA Awesome. That you might be surprised that blue wipes off, and you already might be hitting silver. I've found that with the blue. I don't know if it'll scrape off with your thumb, but that LA Awesome degreaser stuff is kind of like when you hit a blue cup,
I would try running it as a raster instead of a vector. That's what I would do. If you have a rasterized version of your logo, I would load the raster in and try that.
Okay.
For science.
For science.
You see what I'm talking about here, Matt, by the way?
Oh, yeah. Like there's definitely a contrast to the grass, like looking at the grass.
Right. I think it'll look good under direct light, too. When I actually, like it's finished and I hold it up to the camera, I think you'll be able to really see what I'm complaining about.
I definitely had an idea of what you're saying, too, like when you were chatting about it.
It's almost like too good,
Right.
Oh, that looked like a minor success there, Patrick.
Yeah, just a little bit of blue.
I'm telling you, try a raster.
Wait, is that silver? Did you just clean the silver? Oops.
That was after LA Awesome and MakerREMIX.
That's silver looks pretty good. I'm telling you, man, that LA Awesome does some business. Is it just me? Does Patrick sound a little rough?
Yeah, Patrick sounds a little blown out on his gain. His gain's a little high.
My game's high.
I mean, it's hard
How
to.
about now?
It's about the same. Where's your? Are you using a desktop mic, or do you have like a lapel mic, or?
Yeah, not my.
Yeah, it's a little crunchy. Might want to bail and pop back in.
So, looking at myself in the camera, I just was looking down at Patrick's in your work,
Yeah.
and I definitely look like my grandfather
Oh no.
right now with the blue blockers on.
Imagine. Yeah, I think this is a vast improvement, which is weird because again, it's counterintuitive to push those black marking dots closer together, because in the tutorial we talked about spreading those marked pixels further apart. But you can actually use this for good effect if you're doing a flatter photo, especially something out of like a cell phone generated image.
Right.
So I'm gonna
Which is
grab
going
this.
to be a lot of custom give you.
I'll show you. We'll compare the two. I'll flip them back and forth so you can see. So here's with no gamma adjustment. This was the, come on now, focus. This was the original kind of grassy photo there.
Right.
And then here's with that gamma adjustment applied.
Yeah. Like, dude, the clothing, like, flip it one more time. The clothing from when it goes to, like, the mesh material on the skirt.
Yeah.
To the actual, like, cloth. Like, the difference on that one, it's almost negligible on that, but then when you go to the other one, you can literally see the difference in fabric and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, big
Like,
difference, right?
You can see where it connects. That's
Yep.
crazy.
I'll take a photo of the other side as well, and then do like a side by side on the desktop in a minute here.
See, and that's why that other video is so nice, because it helps you understand when do you need to do something like that.
Yep. Yeah, it's subtle, man, but it matters.
Nice. Geo in Discord, Geo's showing some MOPA tests on 316 stainless.
I don't know why Gio's not on the call with
Let's
us.
go, Geo.
Come on, Gio. Join the party, man.
I think he was watching the kids.
So was I. I was up here doing this with a baby on my lap. That's no excuse.
And you eat pizza. I ate a sandwich no one even saw. An entire 6-inch gone. Let's see. Beaming Up Laserworks said, can someone judge the black on aluminum mark I just did? I'm really not mad about the results I got. Tyler trash talking. Kyle, students of mine may see this. Keep it PG-13, buddy. Right. Yeah, my goal was to kind of do like 5 or 6 knives a day. After these last couple of knives, I got to run. My wife has been super nice to let me be out here this entire day. But she also knows I have a crap ton of stuff I'm trying to get done. That's why I'm really heavily invested in Patrick's success, because I have 25 or 24. Was it batteries to go to do the blue and silver leatherette?
So here's without the gain adjustment over here on the left. You'll have to look at the live stream because I can't pull it up on Discord. But this was without that gamma adjustment, so you can see there's a lot more dots in the dress itself. Whereas on the gamma adjusted one, there's actually less dots being marked, and it accentuates those folds in the fabric. And you can see more, you know, curvature in her face and head, more details in her hair. And we are getting more detail out of the darker areas of the grass, actually, like letting that shadow come through. And it's especially visible down here in her little tutu. You can see like some parts of that tutu are just gray seas of blob nothing. Whereas on the right over here, you can see all the little folds in the fabric and stuff. And then down, as we get down towards the feet here, just like this shadowing in here, it just looks a lot more professional, I think.
Well, and real quick, like to call attention to the depth, like it, to me, the three-dimensional aspect of it is way easier on the second one. Like take a look where that triangle where her arm and her to her hip.
Like right here, this section.
Yeah, so like if you look at that triangle of space down there, it's like the folds of clothing, like where the different fabrics connect.
Yeah.
Like it's all super crisp on one.
Yep.
And on the other, it's kind of just meshes together.
Yeah, and you can tell too, like, I mean, this is even blurry. This the photo that I took of the card is blurry, and you can still see more detail in the blurry photo of the card on the right than you can on the sharp photo of the card on the left. But it really, what calls my attention is like these little leaves up here, like on the print. Here you can actually see the individual veins inside the leaf, whereas these are just more like dots, right?
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. Holy crap.
Yeah, so I mean, like little things like that really make a difference, and you know, you wouldn't have gotten this result following the photo engraving guide, because the photo engraving guide pretty specifically tells you to push these black dots further apart, but that's not always the right answer, especially when you're using Lightburn. In EZCAD, you kind of have to do it, but in Lightburn, sometimes just actually adding a little or removing a little gain and going just a little bit darker provides you with some new opportunities for details that you may not have gotten the first time around. So I just wanted to show that because that was really bothering me, and I really wanted to take a second to kind of point out the differences between those two photos, because I think it's substantial, and we barely touched anything to get those results. So just wanted to cover that really quick.
I'm really interested to kind of apply the photos because I've been working on stainless steel cup photos. And
yeah,
like doing a Z mark on it would be really cool. So that's one of the things, like Z mark with that, keeping what you just said in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Z mark would it literally change the scope of what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like on a cylindrical item.
Yeah, unfortunately, I still think you're going to be stuck on the rotary when you're Z-marking tumblers. I don't think that we can project mark Z-mark tumblers. I just don't see it happening. So that'll be the only downside to that, but I think it's totally doable.
Right. Well, that's my last frontier. That's one of the last things I have to learn to mess with is rotary. I still haven't really bothered with it yet because I've got the rotary on the gantry.
Yeah, I mean, skip it, dude. Lightburn's going to have project mark.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I can explain to a customer, unless they want like a full wrap.
One of the things that I want to test out that I haven't had time to really do yet is somebody, it might have been Patrick, was mentioning doing project mark raster images. So doing photos with project mark on tumblers and things like that, and how well that would work. And I'd really like to test that out and see if that's something that we could do.
Yeah, I did my first photo on tumblers. They're right up to your photo videos, and that's what I was thinking. Man, it'd be nice to just get in project one.
Yeah.
So Patrick, how you doing on the silver over there, bud?
Made a little progress, actually.
What happens? Like it, dude. That one patch is looking pretty good, man.
I just thought he'd try something a little different. We'll see how it goes. Problem is, the edges keep burning. By the time you get the center looking good, the edges are burning.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Try it as a raster instead of a vector.
Yeah, that was just with the square that was happening too.
Like almost pretend you're doing a photo engraving. Even though it will be black and white, like just run it as a raster. I'm telling you, it'll run better. If you can rasterize that vector and then run that, I think that you'll be in pretty good shape. And you'll want to follow the photo engraving DPI rules. So if you know the DPI for, this material and this laser, you'll be able to get it so that each line is only marked once and they're not being marked on top of one another. So you'll be able to really find the ideal power and speed to just remove that coating in one go with that raster setting, and each specific point on the leatherette is only being touched by the laser one time. It'll kind of take some variables out of the equation, and you should get better results with something like that. So that would be where I would go from here, personally.
So what's wild, by the way, is that when you do the black and silver and the black and gold, you can hit it with a vector and it just blasts it. So that's what's so crazy. It's just like, I guess, the absorption that the color blue has on the infrared. And it's crazy, man. Yep. So yeah, that pointillism issue might be what's doing it,
Yep.
No, I just happen to have a couple different versions.
Do you have any black silver and black gold to show people like what it can do when you've got the settings down?
I just made a couple of different versions of my logo that I have on the screen too.
Oh, there you go. Tyler's complaining about his badge for the sun.
Yeah, I saw that.
With that?
Patrick doesn't like the badge that he gets for being a YouTube supporter. Or Tyler, rather.
I think I said Patrick. I think I said Patrick.
I'm tired.
Yeah, this is, how many hours have we been doing this now? 3.5 hours here.
Well, that's a really long stream. All dressed up and nowhere to go.
Just in watching how this goes on the blue. Like, so what are you doing, Patrick?
Well, I guess we're going to try to do this as a raster.
Love jobs that just repeat.
Really? They drive me nuts. I get bored.
Well, it lets me do fun stuff like hang out with you guys while I'm being productive.
That's very true.
As far as like pushing me to try new things, yeah, definitely like different stuff. So you'd rather have a day full of like every single job's different?
I mean, not every single day, but yes.
Yeah, if you just sat down, pressed the button, like done.
I guess it depends on how late I stayed up the night before.
All right, here we go.
Go ahead and stop that. It's going to need more power. Knock the frequency down.
Do you know your approximate line-by-line DPI for this machine?
Is that 300 lens? No clue.
I'm guessing you'll probably be somewhere around 300.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know the exact.
What's your speed at right now?
Let's see. 1,000.
Try 300.
I'm gonna stop working on these, and I'll show you guys a different color of the same material and how it goes.
Yikes.
You want to touch either?
All right, I'm gonna switch out onto a 300.
That's not enough to get through the top layer to get to the silver. And that's 50% power.
It's not even through the top layer.
No, because you're just starting to see some silver come in around the logo right there.
Yeah, I think your DPI might be a touch high too. I might drop it a little bit and then maybe bump your power up or reduce your speed a little bit more.
I'll fetch that one up for you.
It looks like it would benefit from a reduction in DPI though. Based on what I can see, obviously it's, you know, small and pixelated on a computer screen, but What about one pass at a setting like this, and then a second pass at like an anneal or like steel white finish area? Something like that, something along those lines. It's like once you actually break the surface, you switch to a second setting with a lot less power and maybe a higher frequency.
Try that one with less power. Let's see.
Hey
Yeah,
Patrick,
I think
did you
that's,
start with black silver?
I kind of started with what I left off on the squares.
By the way, this is one of those things. If you guys weren't here a long time ago when we talked about burn to learn, like this is it. So you wonder where settings come from. You wonder how do you find these things. This is you just go.
Yeah, they take years to put together, literally.
And once you find them, it looks like it's so easy. I know that was something that someone had mentioned in another group on Facebook where they were getting really frustrated with wasting material, but it's research and it means if you can find the right settings, you're finding the speed to make everything go, make it happen.
Burn to learn, baby.
all right, what'd you suggest for the second one? All right, let's see what we get here.
Dude, JDS is so dangerous. Just unpacking my box, I realized how much stuff I bought and what I actually needed.
Really dangerous if you live in Alaska.
Oof. Yeah.
Yeah, you order 30 bucks worth of stuff and you get a $500 bill.
I think it was 30, yeah, 30, was it $30? And it was like $38.50 for shipping. That's wild.
Tyler says 10 million%.
Yeah, you need a little more power in that second.
Ooh, that looks good, Matt.
Yeah, that was the black and gold. So this is what I'm trying to show you to anybody who doesn't know what we're trying to accomplish. I was going to show them like what it is we're trying to get to. So let's see. So this is a 300 lens that I just switched to. It's still far.
I just copied and pasted the image in place and made a second layer, so it'll just run at a lower setting than 90-degree offset, so I don't have to screw around with each layer separately.
Yeah.
Patrick, are you on the 200 or the 300?
3.
Yeah, same. Trying to get 5.2.
Probably the 300 might be better, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. See my jerry rig here. Just keeping my ventilation in place.
That's really smart, dude.
Yep.
That's really smart.
May not be pretty, but I'm smart. I want to get one of those fancy 3D printed ones, registers on the thing, but you know, I'm po. See, and that was just to kind of go back to what that guy KN had asked about, like working with the laser. As soon as I'm sticking my head and arms under it, turn it off. You don't have to, but it's just a, you know, be smart. Whoa. Let's see.
It's getting close.
Awesome, dude. Way to go.
Wait, I missed it. Did we see success on Patrick's end?
So for anybody who's watching and has been watching and trying to figure out like what is it we're trying to do, you can already see the finished product. But let's see. Could have this way off. We'll see how it goes. So that's what we're trying to get to so that you can do repeatable money. I mean, that was 14, 15 seconds. And so, bam, right? So if you're doing JDS, leatherette, folders, binders, whatever, it's just, you know, seconds. You're taking this and making it something that you can zap it and move on and just make money. And so this is a really nice gold, like when the light hits it just right, but I'm kind of blocking it because I don't really have the best setup. Yeah, let's see if I got a flashlight. It's pretty easily visible, but you know, it's a nice clean gold.
That looks preem.
Yep, let me put my blue on and feel bad about myself now. Patrick, Tyler has an idea in Discord for you. Okay. I'll give it a shot if you want, since I'm setting up. And by the way, for anybody who's trying to like do this kind of thing, you can buy the sheets of material from JDS in like 12 by 18. So they kind of have it made for like going forwards type size. I think that's kind of the standard bed size for a lot of materials.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got the adhesive back. So if anybody doesn't know what we're actually lasering, it's really cool. So this is the blue with silver. And what it is it's blue faux leather. And then there's a really thin layer of silver, and you can almost see it. Like I can see it, but I don't know if the camera's picking it up. But it's a really, really, really thin layer of foil. And you're trying to kiss off like we just saw with the gold.
I'm hungry, Dad.
And then on the back, it's got adhesive. So you can actually cut this with your gantry and put, make custom whatever you want. So pretty cool.
Very cool.
Tyler, I'll give your settings a shot there, bud.
It's just. Excellent. Closer.
Walk it to the top. This is where we get that light off. See what happens.
That wasn't too bad there, Matt, right off the bat. What happens if you just double up on that pass, man?
I'll give it a shot in a second. Let you know. Yeah, that's not coming off. So, well, that's where it is coming off a little bit. Let's see what happens.
Do two. Whoop.
Burned.
Half your power and do it twice with an alternating hatch.
Yep.
So what power are you at right now?
40.
Yeah, so I'd do 20 with alternating 45s. Like a cross hatch.
A little bit cleaner.
Did you do an alternating 45? Because I feel like I see the blue in striations along a 45-degree angle. So I feel like if you can get it to 2 without cooking it, it's gonna be really silver.
Let me try this real quick. So I did negative 45. Try see what happens. What do you think? Is it doing it at 45 again?
I couldn't tell. It was really fast.
Yeah. No, set to 0.
Catch me up on set. Where are we at settings again?
So with this one, it's 2000 speed. The initial one was 2000 speed, 40 power, and then frequency was 300. So you think drop the frequency? No.
Try like 2000 speed, 25 power, 50 frequency.
On a new one or on this one?
On a new one. On a new one.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring. Okay. So 2025, 50, negative 45. By the way, the line interval is 0.05 right now. Do you think a closer line interval might make a difference? I think on leatherette, usually it's like a larger one for leather.
I would leave it at 0.05 for now. Just make sure you're doing a crosshatch so that it does one right after the other.
I've got bi-directional fill on now, so just do both.
Crosshatch is checked.
Just cross. Okay. Yeah, now it is.
All right, sweet. Try that.
Okay. Did not do a crosshatch.
No, it did not.
Crosshatch checked.
Change your scan angle to 45 degrees instead of negative 45.
Yeah.
And then make sure you hit OK.
Oh yeah, did okay.
All right, let's try that. I don't know if you can crosshatch a negative angle value.
That might have been what was going on a minute ago. All right. What happens? Nope. Still just doing one shot.
Let me see it again. Let me see the settings again. Sorry, my son just ate shit running from his bedroom into the office.
Not looking at chat, by the way, if anybody's got suggestions.
Fill, line interval, scan angle. Oh, flood fill. Turn flood fill off.
Got it. Boop.
Interesting. Run that again. Right where it is. Just hit mark again. Maybe onto something. One more time.
Come on.
Is it getting darker?
Ooh, no.
Too much?
Yeah, it just blasted through the.
So maybe just a slightly higher power. Like a slightly higher power and 2 passes.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Hold on.
I can't.
Gotta go. Move. this way. It's another thing too is keep it nice and flat.
Yeah. Ooh, buddy, that looks promising.
Let's see. Look at Patrick over there.
Yeah, what's he doing? Is he having success?
That's looking pretty close though. Look at that.
I see a lot more silver over there.
What do you think, Patrick?
Yeah, dude, that's looking pretty good.
Getting there.
You know what would solve this problem really easily?
Test grid.
Doing this on the CO2, where it belongs.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's, for anybody watching, the right answer to this question is you're
Yep.
using the wrong laser. We're pushing
But
limits right now. This is a CO2 product.
Yeah,
But
I know it's the
You
wrong
just saw
laser.
the,
Oh, well, I know you two know. I just, you know.
Yeah, there's no fun
the
in
other
not
thing
trying.
though. The reason we're doing it is because we do black and silver and black and gold, and it's just so fast.
It's so much faster, yeah. So if you can get a setting, you can save a lot of time doing this on a fiber. The other alternative would be getting a CO2 Galvo, but then you're talking about a $9,000 purchase. So. I don't know whose stream I should be looking at. Keep bouncing back and forth between them.
Who's gonna go first?
It's a race.
Yeah, but I had Dad helping me, so whatever.
Only because I can see yours better. Tyler, what if you turn off fill shapes individually?
I'll try it.
Two passes? Nah.
Yeah, so two passes on that one.
How about like that setting that you just used, but then on top of that do like a 200 kilohertz pass?
Sound like you want to scratch it, really, buddy.
Chris Horab asks, are you working on a Lightburn library for fiber for Master Academy members? And the answer to that is yes, it's already done, and it will be released with Lightburn upon Lightburn's release. It's already complete, though.
Nope.
The problem is by the time it's done getting through all the blue, when you pass it again, it's burning up the spots that were silver the first time.
Right, and that's the trick about these really thin layered. I feel like towards the beginning was probably the closest we've had.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's again for anybody who's watching CO2 faux show.
I mean, specifically with the blue, I mean, that's just a fiber issue, because of the wavelength. That's just the way it is. It's not unexpected.
Yep.
Check in on Patrick. Yeah, looks like you guys are moving at about the same speed. Geo suggests slowing down your pass a little bit, which will allow for more pulse overlap.
Give it a shot. I think the fill shapes individually had a little bit more oomph to it. Let's see what happens. I got about 2 or 3 more minutes, and I'm pretty sure if I stay out here much longer, my kids will forget that I'm their dad. Well, that's not good at all. By the way, for anybody who is wondering, like, what is it like to own a laser business, this is it. Find books. That's pretty good looking. It's close.
So close.
Yeah, dude, that blue is just such a bitch.
Ain't that my best one yet?
Say it again, buddy.
I think that was my best one yet.
That was your best one? Space. Wonder
So
what
close,
happened
I feel like I can't stop.
Say it again, buddy.
I'm so close, I feel like I can't stop.
Yep. I thought the 20. I thought the 20 frequency bug might be the solve. Add so much. That's such a pain in the ass. I have to tap out. My wife just came over and gave me the. Are you done yet? Oh, there you go, Patrick. All right, Anthony saying 0.007. I'll give it a shot, bud.
So what was your last one? Oh no, man. With a little bit of black on the knot.
That's weird, dude. I wonder why I did that. Yeah, so 0.007 is barely burning through the material. Anthony. But let's speed it up and see what happens. Ah, 0.07. By the way, 0.07 on the CO2 is exactly what I use.
How's that look? Without even being white.
There you go. Oh,
Now,
dang. You might have done it, buddy.
if they're wiped off, that'll be
That'll be your go-to.
yeah, I was just thinking, no, if this damn eye doesn't come off. If it wiped off, then we still have a
Maybe.
no still no come off.
Hey, Matt, who am I?
You are either a 15-year-old working at McDonald's or Patrick. Love you, Patrick.
Did I miss anything? You guys making any progress?
Patrick's got it almost down.
Ooh, look at that. That's nice.
Yeah.
What happened? What was the difference?
I'm running two completely different paths.
Did you hear that, Matt? What did he say?
Something about
Hold on,
passes.
let me turn this thing on. I'm running two completely different passes.
Oh, wow. Whatever you just did made a massive difference. Two completely different passes.
Yes.
Okay, talk to me.
So the first one's running at 1,000 speed, 14 power. with a 0.05 line distance.
Okay.
The second one is running 2,000 speed, 10% power.
Wow.
And the first one is running twice. I'm not doing crosshatch, it's just rotating 90.
Yeah. Sure.
I didn't want it on crosshatch so that I could just add one pass at a time and not have it go over twice.
Right.
If I wanted to add additional. So it's running that one twice and then the lower power, higher speed once.
I mean, it looks like
Yeah.
you're like right there, man.
Yeah, it's so close.
Well, unfortunately, I've been on here for like 4 hours now, and my wife just gave me the it's time to help me. Oh, look, here she is. Yeah, hi. Okay, I got you. All right. Good luck, gentlemen.
All right, buddy. Thanks for hanging out today.
Yep. See you, everybody.
See you, man.
See you later. Just right where that eye is. It doesn't want to burn.
Yeah. Does Lightburn have something like essentially what AllCalc is doing? Because that might ease up on those really tight areas. Because I feel like that's the problem, is that it's moving back and forth within that such a small, thin area so quickly that those small areas don't have as much time to cool down as some of the wider letters. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep, exactly.
I might even turn off bidirectional and do a unidirectional hatch instead. Because if you do the unidirectional hatch, it will literally move back to the beginning of the word and do the entire word again before hitting that area.
All right, let me try to...
Still going letter by letter.
Yeah, I forgot to change it up. Let's see.
So instead of like mark shapes individually, it would be what? Mark shapes by group in Lightburn?
Yes. Or fill all shapes at once.
That one looked like you had it without the second pass. Without the second mark.
Fill those same couple areas.
Yeah, well, that first one is still doing by shape instead of at once.
That was the first one with flood fill turned off.
Mm-hmm.
Do it this way.
Maybe two of those?
That's what I was thinking. Let's add one more. Yeah, that just hardly got in there.
Maybe since you aren't doing those localized areas. Oop, up.
Oh,
Whoa, whoa, buddy. Dude, bingo.
So that was flood fill on the first pass.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is fill plus line, 2000 speed, 10% power. Less, but fill all shapes at once, 2 passes.
That's the ticket.
Now let's try something complicated.
I think he's cleaning with LA Awesome, Wendy. Going AFK for a sec, but you're on main stage, so I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna try my logo now. Maybe copy, pasted it in place, and assign it to my layer colors. I have 2 layers, black and green. Move. Now for the verdict. Well, All right, here's a black and silver for comparison. Well, I think that looks pretty good. All right, but one more change. Let's see what happens. Bumped up the power on the final two passes by 1%. See what happens. We can sort of just a little few bits of stuff that was left. That one looks even better. Much more brilliant, more shine. There's more blue going. Like, virtually all of it.
I was not gone for very long, but that looks amazing. I think you got it there, man.
Yeah, I can live with that. It's very brilliant, nice and shiny.
Yeah.
We turn the lights down.
Yep. I think that's about as good as you can hope for.
I think so too. I'm happy with that.
I'm gonna need you to go ahead and DM those to me. Very nice.
Absolutely.
Very nice.
Just the sad thing is that blue's so difficult, but the black with the silver or gold underneath, piece of cake.
Yeah.
It's like tumblers.
That's
The red and blue leatherette are as difficult as the red and blue tumblers.
Yep.
Yeah, I can live. Matt will be so excited. He's got a job to do. This blue leatherette.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice if we could save the 2 passes that I used into one setting?
Well, you will be able to do that soon. Adam had just shown us the multi-hatch, which I'm assuming you'll be able to save to the library.
I would imagine.
With those tabs, right?
Yeah.
So, that should be on the way.
Yeah. The amazing part is just the ability to add more tabs
Yep,
with that plus button.
absolutely.
Need to go feed my fish. Do a couple things outside before it gets dark.
Yeah. No worries. We've been live for a very, very, very long time today.
Yeah.
So I would say that we're good. Let's touch base when you have some free time, and we'll try to sort out just some of those OBS things, because I'm fairly certain that it's going to be like a super duper easy fix. And you'll be able to just kind of hop in at will without needing like a host provider, you know.
Right.
So we'll work on that later. But I'm so glad that we got to hang out for a little while today, because we did get some interesting things done. So that was nice.
Yeah. And people that were watching hopefully picked up on some blue leatherette settings.
Yeah, right. I mean, if they don't from here, they're definitely gonna see them again. I have to order some of this because I've come across it from customers who've brought me like the JDS leatherette patches, but I haven't actually ordered any for myself, and so it's never really come up on the channel before. But it really is a great material. It's like the Romark of leather, right? So, it makes
So I have
sense.
these.
Yeah.
I had those side by side earlier comparing, and I haven't put that black and silver patch up against this one yet.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Not too shabby. I mean, considering where we started, right? I mean, like, look at that grid.
Yeah,
So,
no doubt.
definitely something to be proud of there. That's substantial.
I'm just glad Matt gave me the tip to try and wipe it down. And that was, I mean, that's really what clinched it. Get it to the point where most of the stuff is at least loose so that you can rub it off.
Yeah, wiping it down, and then the other big breakthrough is filling all shapes at once and not letting the laser focus in one small area for too long. Is a really
Yeah.
big. That was really killing you in some of those tighter spots on the lettering there, and even if you had like a highly detailed vector graphic or something like that, I mean, like all of those small spots are going to be just riddled with holes essentially. So not filling by shape, but rather filling everything at once, or all calc as we know it in EZCAD. That, and then knowing that once it's done, it needs a wipe down. It's not going to look silver right off the bat. Between those two things, you know, at that point it's just guessing settings. If you have those two things under control, and you're gonna hit these results eventually. So
Yeah, like when a tumbler comes off CO2, you have to wipe the residue.
yep. If you were trying to do a tumbler and you didn't know that they needed to be cleaned, you'd never get good settings for it, you know. So
Yep.
But yeah, so I think that's a wrap for today. You're all set, Patrick?
Yep, I'm good.
All right, I'm good too. We've got stuff to go do, but we'll do this again really soon. Hopefully, I've given Patrick here the keys to the stream setups, so Patrick should be able to just kind of wander in whenever he wants and do a stream. We have a couple more technical things we need to iron out, but I'm looking forward to seeing you live streaming a lot more on the channel, even if I'm unavailable. It'll be great to give people an opportunity to hang out with you and pick your brain. So I'm super stoked about that. And you have some episodes coming out soon for the second channel, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So are we giving anything away on those, or are they a surprise?
One is polymer engraving.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The second will be, let's see, second will be probably an Aerosys promo video, maybe.
Nice.
Something short. And third, which I have lined up, I'll just keep that under wraps.
Okay. That sounds good.
Since it's such a large job.
And those are going to go to Laser Everything Else, the second channel. So if you guys haven't already subscribed to that, please go subscribe. We wanted to do this stream over there because this would be more appropriate for the second channel, but we actually haven't hit 1,000 subscribers yet. So we haven't unlocked streaming on that second channel. So if you want to help us reach that goal, I think we're at like 670 something at the moment over on Laser Everything Else. So go subscribe to the second channel. Go check that out. Help us get to 1,000 so we can put some of these more long form kind of casual live streams over there where they belong. I think they'll fit a little better in over there, and we'll have a more targeted audience for people that want that kind of more relaxed long form content built up over on that YouTube channel. So definitely go subscribe over there. That's where Patrick's episodes that he's talking about are going up. Keep an eye out for his Air Assist, which will be coming up on the Laser Everything Marketplace. If you want to check out the preview, it's over at shop.lasereverything.net. We've been working really hard day and night to make that really special and a really secure and trustworthy place for you guys to shop for your laser stuff. So go check that out. Patrick will be there. We're accepting vendor applications right now if you want to check that out as well. Links to everything are in the description. So those are all down there for you. And I think that's all we've got. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out all day today, Patrick. I had a lot of fun, man.
I did too.
And thanks to everybody who watched this video, even if you're here after the stream has ended. We appreciate you guys swinging by, and we will see you in the next one. Have a great night.